Call of Duty, one of the most famous first-person shooters of our era, actually has a genre of zombies contained within it. It is arguably as successful as the multiplayer aspect of Call of Duty. A zombie trilogy attempts to explain this convoluted storyline that's contained within the zombies mode. It's really complicated, so a 4-hour-long video is kind of required to talk about it. This is designed more of an audio documentary. You can play this and you can just leave it on while you do something else. There is video that you can watch if you would like to watch it for 4 hours, but you're not required to. Most of it really is just static images, because it's 4 hours long, and my deadline was January. I can't edit 4-hour-long video. No, it's just ridiculous, okay? Anyway, I had a lot of help from some people, and those people are listed in the credits. We worked together to try to figure out the zombie storyline. So now, I present to you my video with me explaining the zombie storyline, and with dialogue and cutscenes of the game itself with the characters speaking to each other. A zombie trilogy. The word dimension is a funny thing. It is quite vague. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics details that any time a probability with a non-zero outcome occurs, all possible outcomes ensue in each of their own respective dimensions within their own universes. Anything that could be, is. Some universes might be indistinguishable from our own, but others could diverge with different consequences. Some universes might have had aliens hidden undisturbed underneath the Earth's surface only to wreak havoc upon being unearthed by an orbital defense initiative weapon. Some universes might have developed advanced technology and weapons only to be destroyed by the very enhancements they had added to the human form. Other universes might make no sense to us. However, one dimension had a particularly rough time remaining constrained by the laws of space and time, and that was the Call of Duty Zombies universe. This universe had existing connections with other foreign dimensions. One was the Ether, a place said to be between life and death. The other was Agartha, alternatively known as Argotha, which was a mystical realm inhabited by an ancient advanced technological race. Within the Ether existed an evil being that would one day earn terrible names. Some called him Satan, some the devil, others Hades, Abaddon, Mictlantecuhtli, and Lucifer. He also became known as an ancient evil. Residing with him was his pet known as the Beast. The Greeks, however, would one day call it Kerberos. The inhabitants of Agartha were known as the Vrilya. They were incredibly intelligent, building devices arguably beyond our comprehension. The energy source of the Vrilya's machines consisted of element 115 and Vril, two substances that had miraculously similar properties and that were common in Agartha. One thing element 115 could do was displace objects from time and space. A small dimension, one that would later become known as the Crazy Place, was created to be a gateway between Agartha and the Zombies universe, specifically the underground areas on the Earth. The Vrilya created the Vril Generator, a device that had an incredibly large, perhaps infinite, supply of Vril. The Vrilya also created 4 elemental staffs to control the elements, and they created a box that used 115 to displace weapons to be used to protect oneself. They also created 3 pyramid devices in the Zombies universe that were actually vehicles for an unknown purpose. One pyramid was the center of a site called Shangri-La that was in the Himalayas in Asia, and it controlled time and space. The other 2 pyramids were catastrophically launched into the sky. One moved into orbit around the Earth. The other landed on the moon, and that pyramid was a gateway to the other realm, the Ether. In the Zombies universe, a species known as humans began to dominate the Earth. Some even began to inhabit Shangri-La. In 1118, a group of religious warriors known as the Knights Templar formed. Sometime between 1118 and 1312, they discovered in Europe the gateway to Agartha via the Crazy Place. They were then contacted by 4 mysterious figures, 4 men from Agartha. However, they were human. One was American, one was Russian, one was Japanese, one was German. They each held one of the elemental staves, and they warned the Knights Templar of dangerous things to come. While element 115 had some miraculous effects, it also had the side effect of reanimating dead cells and thus entire bodies. Everyone residing within the Crazy Place became zombies. They were Agarthan zombies, Vrilya, but they exhibited traits of the Knights Templar. The gateway to Agartha was closed. Zombies began to spread to our universe, and the zombies had blue eyes, the default color. The Knights Templar sealed off the area with warnings, crypts, and holy statues of the 4 men, and prevented total apocalypse. On April 14, 1639, J. Frank was born. He lived his life religiously and became an important religious figure to some Christians in Europe. He died on June 19, 1694, and he was buried in a casket with a relatively impressive tombstone. Sometime thereafter, his tomb was transferred to the New World for religious reasons. Sometime between the 1830s and the 1860s, a western town was built within the United States of America. The tomb of J. Frank was present in the town. In 1851, Michael Faraday left his last position in Great Britain as an electrochemist. He was the inventor of the designs behind the motor, transformer, and generator, and he was married to a woman named Sarah Faraday. They later bought an estate in the quiet western town and moved there. Michael brought the wealth that he accrued as an inventor to the town, and he brought the invention of electricity to the town, installing a power grid. In 1867, Michael left the town for an unknown reason, but he died before he returned on August 25, 1867, leaving Sarah a mourning widow. In 1871, Sir Edward George Earl Bulwer-Lytton claimed to have found the Vrilla. He wrote a book about it, announcing them to the world, but his book was far from accurate to the true nature of the Vrilla. Sarah Faraday was miserable without her beloved husband, and she eventually moved back to London, although she missed the western town. In 1879, she succumbed to death as well. On October 15, 1887, the town's church's priest William died and was ceremoniously buried. In April 1888, B. Hush was hanged in the town for an unknown crime. Element 115 was incredibly rare in the Zombies universe. None of it could be found naturally on Earth. Only by extraplanetary or extra-dimensional means could Element 115 be obtained. On June 30th, 1908, a large meteor containing Element 115 exploded shortly before impact upon the Siberian expanse within the Russian Empire. In the 1910s, there was a kid named Billy Handsome who lived with his parents in the Lower East Side of New York City, New York, United States. His dad worked hard to pay for expenses, but his mom secretly turned to prostitution to help pay the bills. Billy found out, but he never told anyone. One day, the risky job ended up getting her killed. In the early 1920s, Salvatore Sal DeLuca was the boss of a mob in Chicago, Illinois, United States. He bribed the mayor and city officials. He built an empire based on gambling, alcohol, and prostitution. He was ruthless, even going as far as killing his own girlfriend, believing she deserved it. His mob faced what he called the turf wars in 1922 with rival gangs. In the late 1920s to early 1930s, Alcatraz Prison, Alcatraz Island, San Francisco, California, United States, was operational. Alcatraz held the worst behaved prisoners in the country. The warden imported some Element 115 from an unknown source. Then the Ancient Evil took it upon himself to meddle in Alcatraz. Upon discovering the Ancient Evil, the warden of Alcatraz began to worship him and practice many satanic rituals. The warden used the imported 115 to be used to manufacture a beverage. It was a Perca-Cola, and the beverage was named Electric Cherry. The 115 displaced other Perca-Cola that would be made at a later time and brought them into Alcatraz. Around this time, Sal's mob acquired some dirty cops, to which Sal referred to as Chicago's finest. Billy Handsome, now a grown man, moved to Chicago to try to make a successful living, but he still kept in touch with his dad. He struggled to find a living in the city until he became successful as a hitman for Sal's mob. He wrote letters to his dad, but he left out that his success was due to being a hitman. Albert the Weasel Arlington lived in the Dust Bowl Circus for a few months before moving to Chicago as a con man, then becoming known by Sal's mob, and then he made many shady deals as a way to make his living. He was also an aspiring comic book artist on the side. Michael Finn O'Leary illicitly gambled and was very clever. He fell in love with a chorus girl he found in Boston, Massachusetts, named Angelina Angela Bow, and married her. Finn and Angelina became wealthy through Finn's clever gambling exploits and moved to Chicago. Tension between Sal's mob and Chicago's finest began to build when they hit hard times, and a violent incident occurred on February 29, 1929. Sal's mob began to suffer and no one came to Sal's aid. Albert went to the hospital because of some injuries he got. While in the hospital, he had more time to devote to his comic books. He made one called Icarus from Mars, and he sent it to the editor in high hopes. The editor vehemently rejected the proposed comic book, which hurt Albert greatly. So Albert returned to his cons when he healed. Finn gained fame when he was able to score a con on the great con artist, the Weasel. Angelina became a famous actress, but hard times fell upon Finn and her that made it difficult to pay expenses. Tension built between them. Angela decided that they should leave Chicago, but Finn refused. She then decided to divorce him and leave Chicago without him. Finn refused to let her go, so she told the police about his crimes, breaking his trust and his heart. Finn was locked up in prison. Sal ended up getting caught by the authorities as well, and so did Billy and Albert. They all ended up in Alcatraz. While they were locked up, Sal's mob deteriorated into chaos. Because of the 115, Alcatraz began to accumulate zombies. The ancient evil rose and took control of them, which changed their eyes to red. The warden locked them up away from the prisoners and warned them not to get too near the zombies. Meanwhile, most of the prisoners suffered various fates of torture, death, and ritual sacrifices throughout Alcatraz unless they behaved. The warden also collected Civil War weaponry, and he made a heavily modified creation from such weaponry that even came with an acid gat kit that would infuse acid with 115 into it. In March 1933, the Nazi Party gained control of Germany, turning the Weimar Republic into the Greater German Reich, or Nazi Germany. Sal, Billy, Finn, and Albert decided they were going to get out of Alcatraz. Knowing what happened to anyone that misbehaved, they showed their very best behavior, making the staff of Alcatraz grow fond of them. Sal chatted with the guards about their personal lives. Finn looked in the newspapers and put his knowledge of the city and people to use by advising the guards when gambling their money would be profitable. Albert was usually well-mannered, except for the occasional fake doctor visit. Billy, not being able to prevent himself from saying violent remarks, agreed to the staff he would not speak unless asked to do so. One time they asked him to explain the history of his inmates, so he told them how they got there.
They say a man is known by the company he keeps. I guess that's why they call me a mobster. I wanted bosses like Sal DeLuca to know my name. He built an entire empire on gambling, prostitution, and booze, right under the noses of the cops. Sal rarely got his hands dirty. That was my job. Ice him, burn him, so long as it made the headlines. And then there were the money handlers, like Al Arlington. If you can get past the greasy smile and the feeling that you were being conned out of your very soul, Arlington was your man. Finn O'Leary, he was the only guy I knew who could cheat a cheater and get away with it. Had a pretty starlet for a wife, too. Too bad she sold him up the river. That's how we ended up here. Alcatraz. They used to call it Evil Island.
Albert told Sal, Billy, and Finn about a plan he had to escape Alcatraz, where they would craft a plane and fly off the island. Billy had his crew stash parts of the planned plane around Alcatraz. After preparing for an unknown length of time, they enacted the plan on December 31st, 1933. However, the plan was not successful. The tension created bickering within the group. Sal, Billy, and Finn blamed Albert for their failure, so they lured Albert to the roof and killed him with shivs. When they were caught, Sal, Billy, and Finn were sentenced to the electric chair. They were executed on January 19, 1934. Stanley Ferguson was a security guard who saw the whole thing happen. At the time, he had a child named Tommy Ferguson. He ended up retiring in 1942 and later told about the events that had unfolded with his infamous escape attempt.
My name is Stanley Ferguson. I was a guard at Alcatraz from 1933 to 1942. Today, I'm going to give you some insight into one of the more interesting tales from the prison's history. Over the decades, Alcatraz has seen more than its fair share of daring escape attempts. However, few were as audacious as the one undertaken by 4 inmates on New Year's Eve, 1933. Thought to be the brainchild of an inmate by the name of Albert Arlington, the outrageous scheme was as unlikely as its mastermind. It's believed that Arlington, aka the Weasel, somehow convinced 3 other inmates that he had devised a foolproof plan to escape Verrückt. It was a plan that would see them literally taking to the skies on a makeshift aircraft of Arlington's own design. Just how the Weasel managed to convince these hardened criminals that such a plan was even possible remains a mystery to this day. What is known is that no such plane was ever built. Instead, the group's plans for freedom soon descended into bitter argument and infighting. With the plan falling apart, anger and frustration would ultimately lead to a brutal altercation between the misguided Arlington and his former co-conspirators. Armed only with makeshift weapons, Finn O'Leary, Sal DeLuca, and Billy Hanson lured the unsuspecting Arlington to the roof, where they intended to exact a bloody and violent revenge. And so it was here, beneath the dark and stormy winter skies, that the hapless Arlington met his grisly end, bleeding to death on the cold concrete roof. For their participation in the murder, the three collaborators were sent to death by electric chair. Justice came swiftly. On the morning of January 19, 1934, the execution order was carried out.
The Ancient Evil then, for whatever reason, decided to punish the four mobsters by making them relive that last night together.
Hey, Sal, we must have been through this 50 times already.
And we'll go through it another 50 if that's what it takes. 9:30, lights out. God begins his rounds. How we doing tonight, Ferguson? Family good?
Doing great, Mr. DeLuca. My boy Tommy, it's almost 6 now.
Ain't that swell?
Hey, Finn, you get that tip for Saturday's race yet?
I'm working on it. Right now.
You gonna shut him up? Or do I gotta do it?
You know the rules, handsome. No talking.
9:35, the Weasel launches into his song and dance routine.
Damn it, Arlington.
You gotta get the doc!
Better be the real deal this time.
Once the Weasel gets the keys, we move on to stage 2. Let's get moving.
Here you go, fellas. Courtesy of the Warden's private collection.
Boys in the laundry stashed the parts.
Of course they fucking did.
What the fuck? I killed him.
You've been in the joint too long, Al. You've forgotten how to get shit done.
To escape, with Albert this time killing Ferguson. However, Ferguson then reanimated as a zombie. After killing him, they then fought off more zombies until they died. They were the only living people within Alcatraz, everyone else was now zombies. For them, it was always New Year's Eve 1933. The Ancient Evil had them in a time loop, constantly fighting zombies. When they died, he brought them back, and that happened multiple times. However, Sal, Finn, Billy, and Albert were persistent. They built traps around Alcatraz, and they built a ramp for the plane.
Where are we going from here?
They all look at you the same way, don't they, Al? You see a weasel, a rat. You're a survivor, Al. No shame in that. Even a rat survives. You can take it, whatever they throw your way.
You killed before, Finn, but it was always business. Not this time, no, pal.
You know what greed could do. They'll fight like rats.
This is all just a game, isn't it? A big, twisted, fucked up game.
You know the answer to that.
I can't change the past. I wish I could, but I just can't.
Am I stuck here until I see the error of my ways? Until I repent? Or you're gonna have to wait a long time? Because I don't regret a damn thing!
It can't be like this forever. There has to be a way to break the cycle.
Either wake me up, or just fucking kill me already.
What did I do wrong? How do I put things right?
Kill me! Kill me right here! Right now! I'm not afraid to die!
What's the matter? You can't escape your own guilt? Do you feel it? Deep down? Nagging? Eating away at you? Is that really what you want? What do you think will be waiting for you when you get out, Sal? You think the city will be just as you left it?
Every time they died, they forgot everything that happened within the time loop, leaving them with only deja vu. Albert, however, kept a personal journal. Albert was able to remember by using his journal to remember for him. The mobsters had company. In addition to the zombies, the Beast was present. However, it could not enter the time loop completely, so it just instead stuck each of its 3 heads through a portal. It just wanted to eat fresh zombie corpses. Also, Ferguson was stuck in the loop as well, but as a zombie now, and the ancient evil gave him a lot of power to make him much more powerful than the other zombies. In his extremely powerful form, he was given the name Brutus. He attacked the mobsters repeatedly, and every time he died, the ancient evil brought him back, sometimes making him cross his own time stream. 4 other prison guards and 4 other prisoners were also caught in the time loop. They fought each other for survival with the ancient evil antagonizing them.
Riot in progress! This prison is in lockdown! Only one team can survive!
The prison guards and prisoners never saw the mobsters. To create a challenge in the mobsters' survival, the ancient evil created his own version of the Verrückt box that plucked weapons out of their respective times, also known as the Mystery Box. He also created ethereal objects called power-ups. The ancient evil also allowed the mobsters a fighting chance of multiple deaths in one life through a ghostly apparition they called the Afterlife, which basically acted as a freebie. After many tries, Sal, Billy, Finn, and Albert finally got it right. They began to fight their way through the zombies.
Is everybody okay?
How the fuck can we be okay? We were all just looking down like fucking ghosts!
There's gotta be an explanation, a reason for all this.
I'll give you a reason. It's all the Weasel's fault.
Let me explain something to you right off the bat. Whatever you do, whatever you say, whatever crazy shit you think up to rationalize this crazy shit, remember one thing. It won't fucking matter.
What happened to the other prisoners?
I think we're looking at them.
There's more outside!
They're coming through the windows!
Let's focus on finding the parts so we can get out of here.
Listen, I think Weasel's right. I don't want to hang around and see what other weird shit's gonna happen.
I ain't gonna argue with that.
Agreed. Let's get off this rock.
Is anyone else starting to see a pattern here?
Yeah, these freaks come in waves, one after the other.
We need to stick together.
Why? If we're already dead, what's the worst that can happen?
Listen to me! The whole wing's overrun. We need to get out of the cell block.
What makes you so sure it's different anywhere else?
I'm not. I just ain't waiting around here to die.
I'm with Sal on this one. We should move.
They then searched and found the warden's key. They fed each of the beast's heads fresh zombie corpses until it was satiated, and in return it gave them a powerful weapon called the Hills Retriever. Sal, Billy, Finn, and Albert then set out to find the parts to the plane, which required them to use the afterlife quite a few times. They found the tanks at the dock, the rigging in the Citadel tunnels, the engine in the warden's office, the uniforms in the showers, and the control valves in the infirmary. They then went to the roof to build the plane. Using some metal found on the roof, they built the frame. They put the uniforms on top of it as a cloth to hold the structure together over the rigging. The engine and control valves were put in place to fly the thing. Albert named the creation Icarus after his comic book character. They took off on Icarus, but it didn't fly far enough. They reached the Golden Gate Bridge that was still in construction and crashed right into it. They fell into the unfinished street and Icarus fell into the ocean. The mobsters fortunately survived the fall. They fought to survive against the zombies and incarnations of Brutus that were even more numerous there, and they found 4 electric chairs. After exhausting every other means of escape, they forfeited, and they killed themselves on their own terms by electric chair. When they killed themselves, Sal, Billy, Finn, and Albert reappeared back at Alcatraz in the afterlife before returning to fighting zombies again. For an unknown reason, dying by electric chair was an exemption to the memory loss. They managed to upgrade the Hills Retriever into the Hills Redeemer. They also found 5 skulls throughout Alcatraz that were stuck in the afterlife, probably due to the Warren's rituals. They retrieved those, which revealed the Warren's secret weapon, which Albert dubbed the Blundergat. They reconstructed the Acid Gat kit to turn the Blundergat into the Acid Gat so that they could upgrade it via temporarily displaced Pack-a-Punch into the Vitriolic Withering. They also received the Golden Spork, which was a weapon crafted by the Ancient Evil. They tried to fly Icarus again, but they got the same result. They tried it a third time, they still crashed, and each time they did so, they had to use the electric chairs to return. They then put their prison identification numbers inside the machine within the Citadel tunnels in Alcatraz in order to elicit a response. Brutus responded and gave them a recording that told them what happened to them that day and beyond.
So you want to know the truth?
Sal, Billy, Finn, and Albert then learned what would happen in their future, and it made Sal, Billy, and Finn doubt whether they could trust the Weasel anymore. Eventually, they tried going into the afterlife and boarding Icarus while in the afterlife. They flew Icarus, still crashing into the Golden Gate Bridge. When they arrived, they jumped back into their previously dead bodies in the electric chairs. Some incarnations of Brutus then spawned, and Brutus decided that he had had enough of this. He managed to control the zombies himself just long enough to focus their attention on just Sal, Billy, and Finn. Neither Brutus nor the zombies were even trying to attack Albert. Sal, Billy, and Finn thought the Weasel had pulled something mischievous to get the zombies to side with only him, and a gunfight broke out with Sal, Billy, and Finn versus Albert, Brutus, and the zombies. Defending himself, Albert managed to kill Sal, Billy, and Finn. The similarity of the circumstances to how events had taken place before of a fight between them made a pivotal point in the cycle. Sal, Billy, and Finn were supposed to kill Albert, but when Albert killed Sal, Billy, and Finn, the change broke the cycle, changing the course of history. Brutus had sided with Albert to make sure this would happen. The Ancient Evil lost his power and retreated into obscurity. Albert, free now, was able to safely and simply walk away, escaping the ruin of Alcatraz. Alcatraz would not close, however. Plans for reconstruction began and Alcatraz Island was still used as a prison. In July of 1934, Alcatraz Island was completely reconstructed as a United States federal prison, and all trace of what had happened was removed. On September 1st, 1939, Nazi Germany invaded Poland, leading many countries to declare war on Germany, plunging the world into World War II. The government of Nazi Germany, the Reichstag High Command, acquired 6 Wunderwaffe programs to have an edge in the war. The first Wunderwaffe was the Uranium Club, which was a nuclear energy project whose purpose was to weaponize nuclear fission technology. The second Wunderwaffe was the Aggregate Rocket Series, most importantly the A9 to A12 models, all of which were designed for the purposes of transporting satellites into low Earth orbit. The most prominent of the A9 to A12 models was the V2 rocket, the first projectile to reach space. The third Wunderwaffe was the DGS-228 and 346, proposed rocket-powered aircrafts that would culminate in the development of supersonic reconnaissance planes. The fourth Wunderwaffe was the rocket U-boat, a submarine designed to carry and fire ballistic missiles. The fifth Wunderwaffe was the Land Cruiser P-1500 Monster, a 1,000-ton tank that would act as a transport for the 800mm Schwerer Gustav artillery gun, the largest ever fired. Dr. Ludwig Maxis, MD, had a plan. The ultimate plan. He knew great secrets and great technology that a man of his time should not have known. He sought out to recreate an organization called Group 935. He was going to make it a research organization based on improving the human condition. Maxis would be the leader of the newfound Group 935, headquartered in Riese, near Breslau, Lower Silesia, Poland. The facility was built atop the location of a meteor impact that had brought Element 115 to Earth. He employed many people of different nationalities and began to start testing with various technologies. He once had a friend that had helped save his life at the sacrifice of his own. Maxis found that 115 had the ability to brainwash, so he began trying to recreate the mind of the friend that he lost. Eventually, he succeeded in making a man quite similar to his friend, Dr. Edward Richtofen. Maxis gave him false memories so that Richtofen believed he actually belonged in the 1930s. His false memories included going to college, being a part of the Weimar Republic, being a plastic surgeon, among other things. When the Nazis began to take over much of Europe, Maxis signed a contract with the Nazi Party of the Reichstag High Command. Group 935 would make weapons for them in exchange for funding so they could do their real work. Maxis did not like making weapons, but he felt it was necessary. The 6th Wunderwaffe of Germany became the Die Glock, which was rumored to be anything from teleportation to anti-gravity machines. Die Glock was overseen by Group 935.
Gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome you to Group 935. This is a prestigious moment in the history of our race. You represent the future of technological advancement. You are the pioneers of human discovery. In your hands lies the destiny of mankind. In our hands is a great power, and with that power comes a price. You have volunteered to be part of this great experiment, and with that decision comes the responsibility of absolute secrecy. No one is to know what you do, where you work, what our research has uncovered, or what our purpose will be. You will have no further contact with your governments or with your families. Your decision to fully dedicate your lives to Group 935 is absolute. In your lockers, you will find your Field Ops Manual, which will direct you should our manifesto get compromised. We cannot afford to let this power fall into the wrong hands, and therefore the Field Ops Manual should be considered your Bible. Make your preparations now. A new dawn is beginning for mankind.
Log entry 38, date December 4, 1939. The matter transference prototype is prepared for test run number 151. We have now reduced our test subject's mass to prove that this is possible. Dr. Schuster, please give an overview.
Yes, Dr. Richtofen. We have the new test subject, a walnut, weighing in at 10 grams. The target platform is now at 3 feet with no obstructions. We have 1 microgram of the element, which, according to our calculations, will be entirely used up during tests.
Excellent, Dr. Schuster. Commence test number 151.
Yes, Doctor. Please, insert your earplugs.
Good God! We've done it!
We have powered up the prototype, and it moved a walnut directly from the prototype device into the receiving device. It moved instantly. It teleported.
Get me Dr. Maxis immediately.
By December 4th, 1939, Richtofen and another scientist, Dr. Schuster, commenced 150 tests on the matter transference prototype. Using a microgram of element 115, Richtofen and Dr. Schuster used the prototype teleporter that they invented to teleport a walnut weighing 10 grams 3 feet away. Test number 151 was successful.
But this is not the crucial experiments that you are supposed to be working on.
With all due respect, Dr. Maxis, this is a breakthrough of unimaginable proportions.
What? That you moved a walnut a few feet? Yes, Edward. We will improve the human condition by revolutionizing the walnut industry. I can see it now. Edward's walnut delivery.
Don't be obtuse.
How dare you call me that? We are at war, Edward. I will admit that there is promise here. But until this war is won...
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Maxis, but Group 935 is a research organization. What was the motto? To improve the human condition? What business of ours is this war?
Fine, Dr. Richtofen. I will let you in on a little administrative secret. We are finalizing a deal with the Nazi Party. We need funding. We need equipment. They need new weapons. Chances are this war will end soon with a treaty or two, and we will be in a much better position to help the world.
Are you certain this won't cause massive defections? We have scientists from all over the world working with us.
That is why it is with the utmost confidence that I share this with you. No one will know of this. This is simply the breaking of an egg to make an omelet.
Think of the tactical advantage we would have.
Think of the cost. Think of the time. We can provide the Nazis technical expertise in various areas without putting all our eggs in your walnut basket. Good day, Edward, and get back to your real work. Bloody jerk.
I think Dr. Maxis has lost his perspective. No matter. We'll do this on our own and publish the findings before he has a chance to.
You're not suggesting that Dr. Maxis would steal this technology and perfect it without us, are you?
I would by no means discourage that thought. Great scientists must stick together and achieve great science.
Richtofen told Maxis about the innovation, but Maxis was not pleased. He believed the teleporter to be a waste of resources and that nothing beneficial would come of it. Maxis also confided in Richtofen about the contract with the Reichstag High Command. Richtofen thought that the teleporters could aid Nazi Germany significantly, and that Maxis might be lying about disapproval in order to steal his work. So Richtofen and Dr. Schuster continued to work on the teleporter despite Maxis' objections. The next day, a 30-day period began where Richtofen and Dr. Schuster made rapid advancements to the teleporter prototype.
Entry 42. Date, January 4th, 1940. Dr. Schuster and I, despite mounting pressure from Dr. Maxis, have continued working on the matter transference prototype. We have made great strides in the last 30 days and are ready for our first human subject. If our calculations are correct, we will send a test subject, me, to the receptacle station sitting 30 yards away and behind a cinder block wall.
Are you certain you want to do this, Dr. Richtofen?
Nein, Dr. Schuster. But this must be done. Quickly, put in your earplugs and power up the machine. Is there a power outage? Why is it so dark? I feel almost weightless. How very unexpected. Dr. Schuster? Hello? There. I can see now. Oh my God. I'm standing in a circular cave, surrounded by some kind of machinery. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. It looks almost alien in nature. There's a pyramid structure in the center of the room. I'm going to try not to carefully touch it. Static electricity. It's smooth to the touch. Very cold. Not a speck of dust. Might be hollow. The chamber is quite large. I see what looks like capacitors in the ceiling of the chamber, but there are no obvious connections to anything electrical. What is this place? Dr. Schuster? Is that you? Dr. Schuster? Look at this. It appears to be covered in some kind of hieroglyphic language. I've not seen anything like it before. Why are you whispering to me? There's no need for that. What's this loose? Do you hear that? It sounds like... My God! What happened? I seem to be in some kind of jungle. I can't be certain of where I am.
On January 4th, 1940, Richtofen volunteered to be its first human subject. However, when he teleported, he did not end up in the receiving receptacle, but instead he found he was within a dark cave within the moon. He saw the pyramid that had been created by the Vril-Ya. Notably, the cave had oxygen within it, and it had machinery of a non-electrical sort. Also, he saw strange passages on the ceiling. Then he touched the pyramid. From that moment forward, Richtofen would hear other voices in his head. He became schizophrenic. He was then teleported away to Shangri-La. While Richtofen was in Shangri-La, he made diplomatic relations with the local people, although it was mostly due to them likely believing him to be a god. The voices in his head, as well as the time he spent at Shangri-La, exacerbated any flaws that may have occurred in his programming. The original Richtofen was a great scientist, but he was not without his flaws. Richtofen's eccentricity multiplied in the span of a few weeks.
Log entry 43. Date, January 23rd, 1940. I cannot be certain what happened to Dr. Richtofen once the test was commenced. He just disappeared from the machine into thin air. I have searched the area for days and have no evidence that he is anywhere. I am afraid I might have to scrap the...
Not scrap anything. We've done something. Something wondrous. Shh.
Do you hear them? Dr. Richtofen, you're alive. I'm more than alive, Mr. Schuster. Is the device still intact? Yes, but what happened to you? Something wonderful. That chamber was incredible. The wonders we can learn. What are you talking about? Are you all right? Get in the matter transference prototype, Dr. Schuster. We have worked.
By January 23, 1940, Dr. Schuster had nearly given up all hope of Richtofen's return since his disappearance through the teleporter, when suddenly Richtofen waltzed back into Riese. Richtofen claimed they had much work to be done. During the next few years, Group 935 was busily working and creating inventions. Maxis grudgingly continued with the teleporter experiments, supervising the test, but Richtofen was vital in that he knew how to recalibrate the teleporters, whereas Maxis did not.
Initiating test number 3. Subject is within the test chamber. Activate power. Oh my god. Do you hold yourself and clean that up? Test number 3. Unsuccessful. Test subject has been reduced to the same state as previous subjects. Clean up the test chamber and recalibrate the system. Let's do it again. Yes, Doctor.
Maxis went through 3 unsuccessful tests on trying to get the teleporter to work. Maxis' tests 1, 2, and 3 all resulted in piles of guts and flesh. Also, Maxis brought his daughter, Samantha Maxis, along with him at all times within the Riese facility.
Now, you must be very diligent, Miss Samantha. Owning a dog is a great responsibility.
Yes, Father. Oh, I love her.
You must feed her every day and walk her, and be very careful when you play with her. You know she's going to have puppies.
Really? Can I keep the puppies too, Father?
We'll see, Samantha. One step at a time.
To alleviate any feelings of loneliness she might get, he gave her a dog named Fluffy, named after Samantha's old dog. On January 20th, 1942, Maxis completed the Dayton-Betty Stetter, which was the computer network of Riese. Also in 1942, the Uranium Club was disbanded due to lack of funding. Richtofen did not trust nor like Maxis anymore, and Richtofen had begun to do many things behind Maxis' back. Richtofen had finished his teleporter, which he had used to teleport to the moon and back as much as he wished. In doing so, he secretly organized a now complete workforce on his new base of operations on the moon, known as Griffin Station.
Gentlemen, for 2 long years we have toiled here under the Eagle's Nest to build our fortifications. For 2 long years we have taken equipment to build up our labs. For 2 long years we have worked under Group 935, believing that Dr. Maxis truly wants to help the world. For 2 long years we've led a double life. Today, that all ends. I bring to you what this project is all about. What I have worked to keep from my enemy. What is it, Dr. Richtofen? Looks alien. It is an ancient drill machine. And you, Dr. Groff, are now the lead scientist here at Griffin Station. You will be the one to discover how it works. We first must discover what it does. 9, Dr. Groff. I know what it does. It has a direct connection to another dimension. It's preposterous. No more preposterous than teleporting all of this gear to the moon or to building Griffin Station. Is it? I suppose not. How do you know what it does? I have found many interesting real artifacts here. I have decoded some of their language. All signs point to this device being a stable gateway to the ether.
Dr. Richtofen, I'm aware of a project being run by Dr. Maxis at Riese concerning Brill.
As am I. I am going back to my post at Group 935 to continue the charade. I will be finding out just how much information Dr. Maxis has on Brill. Once the machine is operational, I will enact my plan and return. Gentlemen, let the games begin. So loud!
When Griffin Station was finally completed in 1943, Richtofen announced to the rebellious Group 935 workers that they were to work in Griffin Station from now on, and he revealed the purpose, the pyramid, or as Richtofen called it, the MPD. He assigned Dr. Groff to be the leader of Griffin Station. Richtofen continued to work for Maxis. Maxis did not know what Richtofen had done, but he became suspicious. Richtofen also found many Vril artifacts on the moon alongside the MPD. Richtofen led two lives. He had his real purposes and his guise at Riese. He even became involved with the Illuminati, a secret worldwide organization bent on world domination.
Log 1075. Dr. Schuster and I have spent countless hours with the pyramid device in an attempt to understand how it functions. We have made little progress until now. Today, we uncovered what looks to be some kind of tank with a glass-like front. The glass itself seems...
I've got you now, Rat.
Kill it, Schuster.
Did you see that?
Look, the capacitor is illuminated. The tank is filling.
The machine. It seems to be activated. What did you do?
I think we just discovered what powers this machine.
At Griffin Station, Dr. Schuster and Dr. Groff found out that souls power the MPD. Over the next few years, many advancements were made in Group 935. First of all, Group 935 had its headquarters at Riese, but it also had a facility that functioned as the theater, showcase, and experimentation lab known as Kino der Toten. Maxis and other scientists would go back and forth here, but they usually stayed at Riese. Samantha made two friends there named Abigail and Amelia. Maxis and Richtofen commenced test number 4 on the teleporter and finally got it working, although Richtofen's personal teleporters had already been working. Maxis didn't know about that.
Edward, tie the damn thing down! We can't have it running around during the test!
It's tied down now, Dr. Maxis.
Initiating test number 5. Subject is within the test chamber. Activate power.
Searching for vitals. No reading, Doctor. The subject has disappeared. Dr. Maxis, we've done it!
Don't be foolish! Test number 5 is unsuccessful. Subject has vanished, yes, but has not reappeared at the mainframe. Recalibrate the damn system, now!
They then commenced test number 5 using a dog, but for some reason the dog didn't reappear at the mainframe. All of this was made possible with Element 115, so Group 935 scientists scoured the globe for other meteor impact sites that had Element 115, and they found the following: Numa, Japan; Tunguska, Soviet Union; Groom Lake, Area 51, Nevada, United States; and the Moon, which was confirmed via Group 935's astronomical team. Maxis managed to reinvent his own version of the Pack-a-Punch, a device that could upgrade most weapons into more powerful varieties using 115. Scientists working for Group 935 then began to notice that 115 reanimated dead cells. Meanwhile, Group 935 learned of some of the events concerning Alcatraz Island and began to look into the matter. Japan also became intrigued in Element 115, so Japan installed the Rising Sun facility at Numa, the location of Japan's meteor impact. Numa was located within Manchuria in Japanese territory. Japan was an ally of Germany under the rule of Emperor Hirohito Showa, and naturally Group 935 was interested in Japan's involvements with Element 115, so they worked together, with Group 935 pulling the strings. The Japanese made designs for an energy weapon, and Group 935 seized the designs. Maxis then built the ray gun in Riese, drawing aesthetic inspiration from the gun used in Icarus from Mars. Dr. H. Porter, a scientist at Group 935, was then tasked with the ray gun from that time forward. Richtofen also created a weapon, the Wunderwaffe DG-2, which utilized Element 115, electricity, and a miniature anti-gravity mechanism. Richtofen later wrote a book detailing the mechanics of the Wunderwaffe DG-2 and the Pack-a-Punch version of it, the Wunderwaffe DG-3JZ, in an attempt to promote his invention. Meanwhile, Kino der Toten received a working teleporter from Riese, as well as a smaller pocket teleporter.
Stand up! Stand up! Good. Look at me. Over here. Good. Now walk forward. Excellent. Further. Keep coming. It's all right. Stay there. Calm down. I order you. Kill it. Bring me another.
Inevitably, the 115 began to reanimate zombies. They found that the zombies' eyes were yellow. The Reichstag High Command commended the discovery of the zombies, and they dubbed the zombies as the Army Untoten. Group 935 tried repeatedly to get the zombies to listen to commands using mind control techniques at Kino Toten, but they would not listen.
The test subjects have been undergoing treatment for 5 days with little progress. I have been assured that given time, the programming will take hold. In the past weeks, we have made great strides in breaking through to their subconscious. I have had the projectionists make edits to the film. These changes have been very effective.
Only one zombie showed any progress of listening to commands, and that zombie was named Subject 26.
Subject 26 has had a breakthrough. He is responding to the treatment and following basic instructions. The violent outbursts have been greatly reduced, and given time, we feel this method of treatment will be 100% effective in most cases. Our timeline for deployment can be accelerated, given the progress we have made in the past 2 weeks. If patient 26 can retain the impressions longer than 26 hours, we will have the process perfect.
Subject 26 was progressing through experiments in Toten when an alarm went off, with bright lights and loud noises causing Subject 26 to go berserk, and the workers had to kill him.
Another setback. Patient 26 was killed this morning in a field test. He lost control and attacked one of our handlers. His injuries were minor, but patient 26 was destroyed. The break in programming coincided with the flashing lights and loud noises of the fire alarm in the test facility. One moment. What is it?
Maxis was secretly worried about purposefully creating zombies. Also, the Wittenu Sanatorium in Germany was converted into a zombie testing facility known as Verrückt.
Station, this is Eagle's Nest. Status update, over.
Hello, Doctor. We have the shipment and are carrying out your orders. Grim work, Doctor.
All in the name of science, Dr. Graf. Continue until the tanks are full.
Yes, Doctor. May God have mercy on us all.
Richtofen began sending prisoners to Griffin Station to be killed to power the MPD. Meanwhile, the scientists at Verrückt created 4 perks of cola based on what they learned from Alcatraz's electric cherry, which enhanced physical prowess. They were Juggernog, Speed Cola, Double Tap Root Beer, and Quick Revive. They were soon shipped to Group 935's bases around the world. In 1944, a new subdivision of Group 935 was created with the purpose of developing a deadly war chemical known as Nova 6. Its brainchild was Dr. Friedrich Steiner. He combined 2 gases, tabun and serin, to create it. Scientists used Nova 6 at Kino Toten to create a mutant variant of zombies called gas zombies. Also in 1944 began the Battle of Peleliu in Japan. 4 ray guns appeared in the battle by unknown means.
Sophia, this letter is to go to the Reichstag High Command immediately. Gentlemen, it is with the utmost urgency that I draw your attention to the lack of funding being injected into the giant project. While I believe we are close to realizing the ultimate plan, we still have several years of development before it is ready. It would be folly to cut our expenditures so early in our development. As you know, early tests on the DG2 have easily outperformed expectations, and we fully anticipate mass-producing the Wunderwaffe within the next few years. Work on the matter transference has, however, come to a standstill. We simply do not have enough Element 115 to continue the experiments. The test subjects have survived teleportation, but are currently unresponsive to commands and cannot be controlled. If we are to overcome this obstacle, we need to increase the frequency and size of the experiment. To this end, I suggest we find not only a regular supply of 115, but that we also find a larger conduit to channel the energy. Our operatives in America have informed us that the U.S. has a large supply of the element at the Nevada base. So time is of the essence if we are to stay ahead of them. This cannot be done if you cut the budget, nor can it be done if you insist on pressuring us into action before we are ready. I am, of course, available for discussion on the matter, but in the meantime, I will continue with the work here and try to win this damned war. Signed, etc., etc., Dr. Dr. Maxis.
The Reichstag High Command began to pressure Group 935 by withholding funding. Maxis urged them to continue to fund the program. He also told them that the teleporters were functioning, but he said that they were at a standstill due to not having enough Element 115 to continue the experiment. The Wunderwaffe DG-2, he also mentioned, was completely functional, but it needed a couple years to be mass-produced. Meanwhile, Maxis continued to become more suspicious of Richtofen, but he dismissed it as Element 115 affecting his mind. The original Die Glock, as well as the accompanying device called the Flytrap, had exact purposes unknown yet speculated to have something to do with a spaceship or anti-gravity mechanism. Richtofen authorized a Group 935 cargo ship to establish a surreptitious base on the coast of northern Siberia in the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, or Soviet Union, where a considerable number of fragments from the exploded Tunguska meteor had landed. Richtofen was primarily in charge of the base known as Eagle's Nest, but Maxis likely knew of it, just not knowing all of what was happening there. Dr. Harvey Yeno was among the scientists sent to the area. There he invented his own personal weapon with Element 115, the Scavenger. The scientists there researched the real artifacts that Richtofen provided for them, and they finalized a weapon utilizing it, the VR-11. Maxis also found a real artifact himself called the Egg. The scientists at Eagle's Nest also created a new Perca-Cola Deadshot Daiquiri. Richtofen also kept Shangri-La as a Group 935 base of operations. He modernized it using various technologies, and he used the local Asians as a labor force. A meteor with Element 115 had also crashed there in Shangri-La on top of the pyramid. Richtofen tried finding focusing crystals in an attempt to shrink the meteor, but he didn't have enough of them. Maxis created a tool that could shrink things using Element 115. The natives of Shangri-La named it using their conglomerated language that, when visually anglicized, appeared to read as 3179 JGB215. Also, a non-working prototype of another weapon, the Thundergun Mark I, was created. It was still experiencing quite a few problems, however. Richtofen also acquired his own research center, the Richtofen Center for Clinical Research. It was most likely a front for some kind of experimentation. Richtofen's favorite patient was patient 13225. Also, a Group 935 base was set up in Paris, France, near the Eiffel Tower. Meanwhile, Group 935 speculated that the High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, or HARP, of the United States secretly established, was powered by Element 115. On May 8, 1945, Germany surrendered to the Allies. By this time, Maxis thought that perhaps if this Richtofen had the companions of the one he knew had, perhaps he would be better off. Besides, he owed it to them to make them real again. He delegated the matter of the brainwashing to Richtofen, so Richtofen captured a Russian, Japanese, and a Mexican as per his orders. In his free time, Richtofen did experiments on Samantha. Meanwhile, the army Untoten was put into capsule-like storage containers until they could properly be controlled.
Log entry 1471. Date, September 2nd, 1845. Diary. Another day, another fair. This time, subject N3WP just slightly at the floor. The Russian subject still smells like urine, even after he was given a bath and deloused twice. And I think I might have killed the specimen from Mexico. His spleen is on the floor, and he's not moving anymore. I can verify with certainty, however, that the barrier is not located in the spleen. Dr. Continue no matter the cost. I wonder what he might think of the experiment, the little girl. Nice! Drop that! My spleen!
Richtofen accidentally killed the Mexican by removing his spleen. Japan was the last country to surrender on September 2, 1945, marking the end of World War II. Group 935 continued to operate even without Nazi funding. Sometime around this time, Richtofen created his most insane invention yet, the monkey bomb, a weapon utilizing 115, a bomb, and stuffed monkey corpses. Dr. Peter McKay was a research assistant based out of Munich, Germany, and an American spy of the Office of Strategic Services, or OSS. His handler, Cornelius Purnell, was stationed at an unknown location owned by Group 935, and he helped insert Dr. McKay into Riese. However, Dr. McKay was transferred sometime after that to Verrückt. Dr. McKay was unable to contact his superiors regularly in Verrückt, and the OSS feared that he was compromised. So the OSS sent a Marine recon unit to extract Dr. McKay. 2 B-17 airplanes were sent to Germany, each with a squad of 4 Marines, but the first B-17 also had the team leader, a man who was named Tank Dempsey. The first B-17 arrived near Verrückt. Dempsey went ahead of his team, but the Nazis at Verrückt captured him on September 10, 1945, thinking that he was a spy.
Log entry 1472. Date, September 10th, 1945. Dear Diary, today was a good day. The swelling has subsided. The ice helps. They made liverwurst for lunch. It was... I still have not had any luck reprogramming any of the live specimens. Dr. Maxis, the key to unlocking the human mind will be more easily discovered on someone who isn't dead yet. I am not convinced. The army is stored until I can break this trust barrier. Oh, apparently someone in security found a spy in the group. They are delivering him from Borough, place the one that I broke.
When Dr. McKay saw this, he unleashed the already unstable zombie test subjects and turned off the power. But when he did so, a zombie bit off his arm. He treated it medically before fleeing. Dempsey's captors also made a safe getaway with Dempsey. The others weren't so lucky. The other B-17 crashed in a remote field in Germany. Somehow zombies had risen here. The 4 Marines made a last stand this night, known as Nacht der Untoten, and died. The 4 other Marines that had arrived with Dempsey saw Verrückt was in shambles. They made their own last stand.
It's over.
No, it ain't over. This is just the beginning.
2 of them died. The third, named Smokey, also died, and the 115 reanimated his body. John Banana was the 4th Marine. He claimed his friends liked to call him Banana. He decapitated the zombified Smokey and was appalled that he kept coming at him. He then killed Smokey, but John's mind deteriorated due to some combination of all of the mental stress of zombies and killing his comrade, and the element 115 affecting his mind. He wrote several limericks while trying to survive against the zombies before he too died.
Log entry 1473. Date, September 17th, 1945. Dear Diary, today... Hands off, you damn dirty Nazi. Uh-oh. That's right. Want some of this? I'm taking you home in bags. Freak. Nine. Thanks for America. Okay, now. I suppose this must be the replacement special. Time to get to work. I can still hear you. Hit him again with the stick!
On September 17, 1945, Richtofen began his tests on his new American test subject, Dempsey, alongside his other test subjects at Eagle's Nest.
Log entry 1474. Date, September 20th, 1945. Dear Diary, it would seem that the OSS realized that we captured one of their spies. They tried to send a rescue team into Verrückt. That was all. First batch of subjects. I suspect there are other moles in the organization. Dr. Harvey Ina and Dr. Peter McKay, to be precise. Dr. Maxis include any Americans in Group 935, no matter how much genius they had. Stupid Americans with their apple pies and baseball and children. But I digress. The new American test subject is interesting. Not much. His intellect seems low, but his will is strong. Like others, he doesn't seem to know who he is anymore. Unlike the others, he keeps breaking for restraints and killing it. Test subject N3WB is still staring at the floor, muttering what sounds like some kind of proverb over and over again. I think his mind may have been destroyed by the prophets. Oh, well. The Russian subject recently began responding to stimuli, but only after injecting him with a new serum made primarily from vodka. Perhaps this is a breakthrough we've been waiting.
By September 20th, 1945, all the remaining test subjects, the American, Russian, and Japanese, had much of their memory removed by Richtofen, and they were given new identities so that they too would not be out of place. The American became Tank Dempsey, a Marine that believed he had fought at Peleliu and had a kid. The Russian became Nikolai Belinsky, the Soviet that believed that General Secretary Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin had sent him to the front line in World War II. The Japanese became Takeo Masaki, Bushido warrior that cared for honor above all. However, there were severe side effects from the experiments. Tank was overtly angry. Nikolai became addicted to the vodka that was used as a pain reliever in the experiment, and he believed himself to be a wife murderer. He claimed to have had 9 wives, having killed his first and second wife with shotguns, his third with a sickle, fourth with strangling in a shotgun, and fifth by drowning with an axe. Takeo believed he killed his family for their dishonor, never explaining how that could be. The scientists at Toten thought the brainwashing was a huge success and hoped such technology would benefit their zombie control experiments. Portraits of Tank Nikolai Takio and Richtofen, made by the artist Wendy, were hung in Toten in commemoration of the event. Meanwhile, at Riese, Maxis and the secretary Sophia started to have feelings for one another. Secretly, Maxis was worried that the element 115 was affecting his mind, that Richtofen's monkey bomb only reinforced his worry.
Log entry 1475. Date, October 1st, 1945. As for the control group tests, they have been put on hold. Recently, I discovered that Dr. does not plan mass producing the DG2 as he swore he would. If he won't move those plans forward, then I will continue following his dream of an undead army. He doesn't deserve his perch of power. He doesn't know what to do with it. But I know just what to do with him. And I'll take care of that little brat if I get the chance to.
On October 1st, 1945, the zombie control group tests were put on hold. Maxis also refused to mass-produce the Wunderwaffe DG2. After all, the Reichstag High Command was gone. Richtofen was not happy about his prized invention being cancelled.
Eagle's Nest, this is Griffin Station. We have an update. Over.
Dr. Groff, have you made any progress?
Yes, Doctor. The machine is ready and awaiting the conduit.
Very good. I will proceed with Operation Shield and join you shortly.
Security Protocol 935.
Yes. I will dispose of Dr. Maxis and that little brat personally. Do not touch anything.
When Richtofen received word from Dr. Groff that the MPD was fully powered and ready, he began Operation Shield. Around this time, he received a note from the Illuminati telling him to kill Maxis. Apparently, having solved the lack of element 115, Maxis resumed the teleporter testing. Instead of testing people, which had already shown work in progress, he put Fluffy in the teleporter. Maxis commenced test number 6 with Richtofen handling the calibration.
Initiating test number 6. Subject is within test chamber. Activate power. Damn it, Edward! Did you set up the device correctly?
Yes, Doctor. As per your specifications.
If you had done it to my specifications, then it would have worked, wouldn't it? As usual, your incompetence has...
What? Do you hear that, Doctor?
Quiet, you fool! Test number 6 is a failure, but the experiment has caused some kind of electrical port to be energized within the chamber. Well, open the door!
Doctor, I don't think...
Open the door! Now!
Daddy, what are you doing with Fluffy?
Damn it, Samantha! I told you never to come in here! Edward, get her out of here!
Yes, Doctor.
What's wrong with her? Daddy, what did you do? Fluffy!
Come back here! Samantha! Stop her! Easy! Come here, Samantha. Good girl, Flossie. Gently, Samantha. That's not Flossie anymore. We must get out of here. What? Edward, what are you doing? Open the door! Edward, open this door now!
I'm scared.
Don't go. Stay by me, Samantha.
Goodbye, Dr. Maxis.
Fluffy disappeared and then reappeared in a ball of electricity as the first Hellhound. Samantha came looking for Fluffy and saw what was happening. Richtofen, seizing his opportunity, locked Maxis and Samantha inside the room with Fluffy. They made a dash for the teleporter, however, since Richtofen hadn't recalibrated it, it sent them to different places. Sometime, by this time, Richtofen created the Quantum Entanglement Device, or QED, which used the theory of quantum entanglement by 115 to manifest things at random. Around this time, Dr. Porter had created another invention called the Zap Guns, which could be put together to form the Wave Gun. In one way or another, Richtofen's scientists managed to acquire the Zap Guns. Dr. Porter seemed to be well informed, knowing that there was two factions of Group 935, the one Maxis oversaw, and Richtofen's rebellious group. Instead of choosing a side, he decided to leave. In search for 115, Group 935 came across the western town that once helped Michael Faraday. The entire town had become temporally displaced underground in Angola and Africa in or before 1945. Remarkably, people still lived there. So he left for that isolated town, and they let him stay. While he was there, he modified his own Purgacola called Vulturate Elixir. Also, Dr. Porter had modified the ray gun to energize 115 more in a greenish glow. He then further enhanced the entire model, building off of it, creating the second generation, the Ray Gun Mark II. Maxis was teleported to the American town underneath Africa. Fluffy was teleported into the ether, where she resided and gave birth to puppies.
Mr. Schuster, report.
The tanks are full and the shields are down. The machine is humming nicely.
Good. And what of the shipment?
Most are buried outside of the base. The live ones we've sent back to Customer Postal.
Excellent. There is nothing left but to wait for Dr. Richtofen's return.
Perhaps this is a good time to work on my low-gravity putting in the biodome.
Yes, a little leisure time would.
Intruder detected. Receiving bay. This is not a
Security, report.
This is not a
Can you repeat?
She's coming right toward them.
Get her!
Get back here!
Nein, do not let her! Damn it! Dr. Schuster, find a way to get her out of the pyramid. I will contact Edward and let him know there has been an incident.
Samantha was teleported to Griffin Station. At Griffin Station, all of the bodies whose souls were put in the MPD were buried outside. The leftover ones, who hadn't been killed, were sent to a place called Kostovo Posten. Dr. Schuster was also working on a low-gravity putty in the biodome, adding it to the list of inventions made at Griffin Station. Pressurized external suits, gamma-ray specs, gun mule the hacker, the xenon bell, and excavators. Then the alarm sounded that there was an intruder, Samantha. In a panic, she ran towards the MPD, which was open. When she entered it, it closed. The MPD connected Samantha's soul to the ether. While her body was trapped in the MPD, she gained many powers and could peer from the other dimension. She gained all the power that the Ancient Evil once had, and she pacified the Ancient Evil while she was in control. She had the ability to alternate between her voice and the Ancient Evil's voice, and he was now completely powerless. She was now in control of the zombies.
How did she end up there? No matter. I know what must be done. In the meantime, see if you can find Dr. Maxis. Perhaps he can talk some sense into her.
Did you not deal with him already?
Yes, but if the child ended up there, then Maxis must be somewhere too. Find him.
How do you propose?
Dr. Groth, I cannot do everything for you. I leave this in your capable hands. There is much to be done.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, and Groth?
Yes.
I'd keep an eye out for an evil-looking dog while you're at it.
Dr. Schuster and Dr. Groff radioed Richtofen and told him what happened. Richtofen instructed them to find Maxis and keep an eye out for Fluffy. For some reason, Maxis was trapped in the town and couldn't leave. Also, it does not know what interaction he and Dr. Porter had while they were there. Maxis believed that his daughter didn't survive teleportation, but he tried to get her back anyway. He began to study ethereal energy that originated from the ether. He began to do experiments with ethereal energy. He devised a machine that used electricity to manipulate energy fields to open a dimensional gateway to harness ethereal energy called the Paralyzer. Ethereal energy was practically limitless, and it had strange effects on portions of relative time. Maxis used this to create a time bomb that would allow the user's relative time frame to reverse, but only worked from once it was used. Maxis realized the power that could come by controlling the ether, and he feared this is what Richtofen was trying to do. So, if this were to occur, he constructed his Plan B. It was a device that, if 3 global polarization devices were constructed, would channel the energy to change who was controlling the ether's energy. For safekeeping, the Plan B was put into the back of the courthouse. Maxis also managed to use ethereal energy to bring a female, Samantha, he hoped, back from the dead. However, it brought back the wrong woman, Sarah Faraday. Sarah then came back to haunt her old mansion. Using a contraption derived from the Griffin Station computers, the MPD, and a sample of Maxis' DNA, Dr. Schuster and Dr. Groff developed a device that literally plucked Maxis from wherever he was and teleported him directly to them. Not long after, the American town underneath Africa became abandoned due to complications likely with Sarah Faraday. Maxis was angry and confused, but Dr. Groff claimed there were more important issues than petty squabbles. Dr. Groff and Dr. Schuster explained what had happened.
I hope this works. Schuster, power it up.
Systems nominal. Accessing the device. Interface via MPD active. Accessing MPD. MPD integrity check nominal. Awaiting input.
Excellent. Bring
should have known. Where is that rat Edvard? Where are we? And how did you get me out of that wretched...
None of that is important right now. Allow me to fill you in.
Samantha, honey, Daddy is here. Come, dear, please. Open the machine. Daddy will not let them hurt you anymore. Honey, Daddy knows he's made some mistakes. I am truly sorry that you were put through so much. When your mother died, I could not bear the thought of losing you, too. That's why I kept you so close. I did not mean to neglect you. I just wanted to know you were safe from harm.
Daddy!
I love you, Samantha.
I love you too, Daddy.
Can you do something for me? Something very important.
Yes.
Kill them all. No! We are doomed.
So, all of the scientists at Griffin Station went to the MPD. Maxis and Samantha talked, where Maxis was trying to calm her down. Then Maxis asked Samantha if she would do something for him. She said she would. He told her to kill them all. It is unknown who shot Maxis at that point, but it made Samantha snap. When Maxis died in front of the MPD, his soul got sucked up into it. The MPD was hardwired into the Griffin Station mainframe, and Maxis was able to enter the mainframe to preserve himself. After Samantha killed most, if not all, of the people present at Griffin Station, the power went out, essentially freezing Maxis. Samantha then turned her sights on Richtofen. Richtofen was at Shino Newman when Dr. McKay arrived. Cornelius had told Dr. McKay to try to speak with either Maxis or Richtofen for help, believing that one of them may help him. After all, Dr. McKay was missing an arm and his cover hadn't been blown.
R-4808N 37 14 06 115 48 40.
I hope you're receiving this transmission, Peter. If you are not, then all is already lost. You must know by now that we failed to contain the Ascension. Now we had to move the experiment here. Education. The numbers will guide you. The giant must remain. Fuck us. Repeat. Riese must remain safe at all costs. The DD2 experiments continue. Maybe our only advantage now. Find Dr. Maxis. They may know what's going on. The use of 115 is dangerous at best. I'm not sure we can continue here. We've lost most of our best. I hope you get this. I hope it hasn't happened there too. But I'm almost out of hope.
60 54 06.96 101 55 44.94.
Dr. McKay went to Richtofen in a time of need, but Richtofen had discovered that Dr. McKay was an American spy, so Richtofen hanged Dr. McKay. Richtofen then left to go back to the Eagle's Nest, and he decided to go check out what had happened at Verrückt and the accompanying site of Nacht and Toten. He took his 3 test subjects with him to use as an armed force. Tank, Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen went to Nacht and Toten and fought zombies there. They then moved to Verrückt and fought zombies there. Richtofen found that Shino Numa had been overrun with zombies, so they then traveled to Japan.
We're here. This is the place.
Finally, I was getting tired of Takio's rambling.
Shut up, Nikolai, and get your gear.
When the zombies started attacking in Shino Numa, they used the comms to send an SOS signal. Nearby was an Allied force. However, the respondent of the SOS signal was not the Allied force, but rather the United States in the form of a recon squad of Marines. The recon squad never made direct contact with them, but they collected intel on who the 4 were. The results were their histories, but they had no idea that their histories were mere delusions. Meanwhile, Riese had by this time been overrun with zombies.
But I'm all out of hope. Auf Wiedersehen, my friend.
Warning, the shield is now active.
Damn it!
Scientists
I can't find my pills.
needed materials and report to the barracks.
They are coming.
This is not a drill.
I must do what I must do.
The shield is now active.
God forgive us all.
To destroy our designated materials and report to the barracks. This is not a drill. Warning, the shield is now active. To destroy our designated materials and report to the barracks. This is not a drill. Warning, the shield is now active.
Shortly after, the United States sent other Marines to Riese. The Marines were mostly unsuccessful at procuring anything but scanty information. One Marine provided a full list of all the weapons that were available in Riese that could be upgraded. The United States also sent follow-up Marines to the site of Nacht and Toten, and they noted the presence of an eerie radio. A Soviet expedition also arrived at the site of Nacht and Toten, noticing that the radio played their homeland's victory song. Meanwhile, Richtofen led Tank Nikolai and Takio in an escape from Numa to a teleporter somewhere. They used it to teleport to Riese.
What the hell just happened? Everyone okay?
Oh, I feel like I will throw up.
A mere side effect, Russia. Everything is normal.
By this time, New Year's had passed, and there they fought off zombies. They activated the fly trap, and Samantha responded by playing a game of hide-and-seek.
I want to play a game. Let's play hide-and-seek.
They found 2 teddy bears and a monkey bomb she had scattered around Riese.
Yay! You found one. Wow! You found another one.
However, the activity served no purpose. One of them threw a monkey bomb into the furnace in the furnace room, which made Samantha angry. After a long battle, someone acquired a Wunderwaffe DG-2 and fired it in the teleporter, causing it to overload and become a time-traveling teleporter. They teleported away to the future. In January 1946, the OSS was disbanded and replaced with the Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA. In July 1947, the United States also created a top-secret division called Majestic 12, which handled the Roswell incident, where an alien spacecraft crash-landed in Roswell, New Mexico, United States. The aliens were taken to Area 51 in Nevada, the most top-secret facility of the United States. There, they would be cryogenically frozen and tested upon for years. Also, there was a Group 935 survivor from Riese. He traveled to the United States and told Chase Retlin, an interrogator working for the CIA, about a mirrored device that allowed the viewing of images from the past. The survivor mysteriously died shortly after that. The United States sent a military force to Riese. However, the Soviet Union also sent a military force. The result was a standoff between the two groups. The Soviet Union won the standoff and gained control of the facility. Pavel Gorky was involved in the standoff, most likely the Russian side. He later went on to create the front company Gorky Korolev Medical, or GKM, that housed an improved, more deadly version of Nova 6. On August 12, 1948, American junior analyst Ryan Jackson sent a report to Chief Analyst John Abrams synthesizing the German Wunderwaffe program. On April 4, 1949, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, an alliance of many countries such as the United States, United Kingdom, and many others, was formed. Over the next few years, the United States started leaching files from the Dayton, Betty, and Stedder into Riese using a CIA asset based out of Voz-Rozdaniya, Soviet Union. These files were stored separately from the CIA's computer server. They were instead stored on the newly created Dreamland server. On July 14, 1954, Dr. Vannevar V.B. Bush, the leader of Majestic 12 and administrator of the Dreamland server, sent an email to John Fitzgerald Kennedy, Lyndon Baines Johnson, Richard McGarrett Helms, Richard Kane, Richard Milhouse Nixon, William Reborn, and T. Walker, telling them that access to the Dreamland server had been restricted to Majestic 12 members alone. Oddly, 3 of these people later became president, and 3 became directors of covert operation. By October 5, 1955, the United States had acquired control of the Verrückt facility. Everything they could find was cataloged. On this day, Dr. Julius Robert Oppie Oppenheimer of Majestic 12 sent an email to Dr. Bush detailing his interest in a limerick from John Banana that he found in an archive and that was found in Verrückt next to an empty M1919 Browning. Dr. Bush replied on the same day, having found another limerick. Dr. Oppenheimer replied on October 24, 1955 with 2 new limericks detailing the awful events that had unfolded before John Banana's death. On October 31, 1955, Dr. Bush emailed Dr. Oppenheimer telling him that he had finished deciphering the servant files from the Dayton, Betty, and Stedder and asked how Dr. Oppenheimer was proceeding with the radio transcripts. Dr. Bush and Dr. Oppenheimer worked together and kept in contact, meeting with one another in person. However, the McCarthyism movement began in the United States, where government officials would be disbarred due to affiliations with communism. Dr. Oppenheimer had relatives as well as spouses that were involved with the Communist Party of America, so he was disbarred and lost his clearance to the Dreamland server. In a last-ditch attempt to secure his files, he sent an email to Dr. Bush on January 1st, 1956, with his password on it so that the information would not be lost. Over the next few years, the United States proliferated its study of Element 115. However, the Soviet Union, under First Secretary Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev, also began study of Element 115, evidenced by its capture of Riese, Shangri-La, and Eagle's Nest. The United States housed many of its experiments in the basement of the Pentagon as well as Area 51. The Soviet Union housed its tests primarily at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Both countries reverse engineered much of the technology from Group 935. The Soviet Union created 2 new Perksicola, Stamina Up and PhD Flopper. The Soviet Union also created the Thundergun Mark II, which was fully operable, as well as the R-7 rocket series. The United States recreated the gas zombies, ray guns, monkey bombs, teleporters, and electroshock defenses. Both countries recreated the Pack-a-Punch. The United States created an ice weapon with 115, the Winter's Howl. Meanwhile, at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, the Casimir mechanism was invented. Its exact purpose is unclear, but it related to the ether in some fashion. Dr. Yuri Zavoysky made a disruption that was related to an explosion of the Casimir mechanism that nearly completely destroyed it. As a result, Dr. Gersh, a high-ranking member at the Baikonur Cosmodrome and of the Ascension group of the Soviet Union, removed Dr. Zavoysky from the 115 experiments, transferring him to the AK-64-A rocket experiments, where he would launch monkeys into space.
Convey my sincere gratitude to you for that. But on to business. I am pleased to report that all projects are running smoothly again after recent personnel changes. As I had previously mentioned, Yuri Zavoysky is a brilliant scientist, but he has so far proven incapable of handling Project Mercury, or as you call it, the Gersh device. So, due to numerous delays and setbacks, I have sadly been forced to transfer Yuri to the 8K64-A experiments. I have decided that your nephew should take his place, and look forward to working with him directly. Yuri's incident with the Casimir mechanism leaves no doubt in my mind that this is the right decision. The explosion caused the mechanism significant damage. It will take time to remanufacture all of the parts, unless some of them can be salvaged. Rockets. He transfers me to work on rockets. These experiments require no physics, no imagination. My intellect is conserved blasting a bunch of monkeys into the atmosphere. But I can't fight Yuri over this. I was able to hold on to my keys. Some after-hours research. No one else really understands what Project Mercury is capable of. Until then, this lab will have to do. Wait. Is it a Metroid? No. Is someone in the trial?
Dr. Zavoysky was upset, and he claimed that Project Mercury, also known as the Gersh device, was capable of much more than what the others thought. Development on the Gersh device had stalled, and meanwhile Dr. Zavoysky either found or wrote a diary that contained knowledge of Element 115.
Found the box today. Some rebel left his diary buried in it. The disgusting and filthy toy. Who keeps bringing their child onto this space? Thank God they did not take the diary. The things I have learned about Element 1. I'll have to conduct this research on my own, away from the destructive hands of Gersh. His research into Project Mercury is stalled, but will he be transferred? I doubt it. As long as Project remains on track, his friends, I must start small. I assure you that our craft will be far superior to whatever the Americans, or should I say, Canadians, are developing. Finally, Project Thunder is nearing completion. My staff has assured me that the remaining issues of the effective range and power sensors will be solved within the next few months. Oh, and also, you should know that Dr. Zavoysky does not appear to be adjusting to his new position. He has been hostile towards the other scientists, at least more than usual, and has frequently been seen muttering to himself. The transition must have been hard for him, but if he does not learn his place soon, I may require another, more competent scientist to replace him.
Dr. Gersh also commented that the Thundergun Mark II, or as he called it, Project Thunder, was coming along well. Dr. Zavoysky dwindled to insanity, likely due to an influence of Samantha. He kept seeing teddy bears and Matryoshka dolls everywhere, and he even began hearing voices in his head. Samantha gave Dr. Zavoyski specifications on modifications to the Gersh device.
This had better be good, Yuri. The fact that you are in this lab again is reason enough to have you permanently removed. You have anything that will ruin it. But do not worry. You will not be disappointed. In fact, I'm sure you won't forget it. But I can't take all the credit. You will do me the honors.
When he finished, he fetched Dr. Gersh to bear witness to the invention. When Dr. Zavoyski turned it on, it created a vortex that sucked up Dr. Gersh, teleporting him to the MPD on the moon, which thus brought his soul to the ether. Samantha orchestrated this due to loneliness. Dr. Zavoyski was conscience-stricken when he realized what he did. By 1962, in Area 51, there was a ruckus at Hangar 18. The area contained many top-secret technologies, such as a repulsive shield generator and Casimir plates. It also had the 4 alien bodies. However, one turned out to still be alive, and it made a bloody escape. This would have been cause for alarm had the Soviet Spetsnaz not invaded Hangar 18 at about that time. The American Black Ops fought them off and crushed the invaders, but the alien was long gone. Also, Griffin Station was discovered by the United States. At Area 51, they built a teleporter that led to Griffin Station. They made many modifications to the area, and a large teleporter was installed to make ease for mass transit. The United States developed a new division, Call of Duty Zombie Labs, to oversee operations at Area 51 and Griffin Station in matters concerning zombies. They tested zombie behavior in low gravity among other things such as In 1962, zombies overran a portion of Area 51, which was then isolated from both the general public and even the military itself to contain the zombies. This place became known as No Man's Land, and it unfortunately prevented the United States from going back to Griffin Station. Also, sometime before or after this, Soviets also managed to get a hold of Griffin Station before being driven out shortly thereafter by the zombies, but traces of their presence remained. The United States was performing nuclear weapons testing primarily in Nevada with its other top-secret facilities. A test site called Nuketown was built, and it was built to test the damage of a nuclear explosion on the small town. The town was filled with mannequins to simulate real people. Sometime not too long before 1963, battle was fought at Nuketown between infiltrating Spetsnaz and protecting Black Ops soldiers. The battle ended when the nuclear bomb was dropped nearby, heavily damaging Nuketown and killing all of the soldiers. In Hanford, Washington, United States, a region known by some as the Green Run, homage to a nuclear project conducted there long ago, consisted of many undercover operations. Around the time of the Nuketown incident, there were several secretive tasks being conducted by secret Soviet insurgents. A nearby farm was a cover for the housing of a missile and corrosive waste. The Soviets also acquired Perca-Cola machines, including a new Perca-Cola, Double Tap Root Beer 2. Another Perca-Cola called Tombstone Soda was also in Green Run, its manufacturer unknown. An artificially intelligent robot with a computer brain and GPS navigation was temporarily displaced by 115 from the future. The United States barely understood it, but they managed to make use of it. They hooked it up to a bus and contracted the Consolidated Coach Corporations to use it to take VIPs to secret locations around the United States, and the robot became known as the bus driver. On November 7, 1963, United States President John Fitzgerald Jack Kennedy organized a meeting between himself and Cuban Prime Minister Fidel Alejandro Castro Ruz at the Pentagon. Kennedy also invited Secretary of Defense Robert Strange McNamara for support, and Senator Richard Milhouse Nixon as a courteous gesture of sportsmanship over losing the previous election.
For time and the world do not stand still. Change is the law of life, and those who look only to the past or the present are certain to miss the future. I said are certain to miss the future.
Oh no, I missed that. Prime Minister Castro, this missile crisis was the last straw. We almost blew ourselves up. Now, we invited you here today...
In good faith.
In good faith. To sort this thing out.
And why is he here?
Any last words, Mr. President?
Yes, Jack. Any superlative words of inspiration for our humble troops?
Do not pray for easy lives, my friends. Pray to be stronger men.
The order of business was to rectify relations between Cuba and the United States, citing the specific example of the Cuban Missile Crisis from the previous year. They were having the meeting that day at 3 o'clock p.m. when zombies started to break into the Pentagon. They used weapons found in the Pentagon to try to survive against the zombies, and one of the zombies was rather intelligent, the Pentagon Thief. He would steal weapons. It is unknown what caused his transformation to be different than the other zombies. They also, for an unknown reason, made phone calls to the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Eventually, they survived the zombie outbreak. All records and evidence of the outbreak were kept ultimately secret, and Kennedy, McNamara, Nixon, and Castro never told anyone. On November 22, 1963, Kennedy was assassinated. Despite Dr. Gersh being gone, the Ascension group minimally improved the Thundergun Mark II into the Thundergun Mark III by improving its reloading capabilities. The only known Thundergun Mark III was sent as part of a weapon cache to Kowloon City, Hong Kong, China. February 20th, 1968, Ryan Jackson, who is now a chief analyst, wrote a report containing information about Gorky to Richard Kane. Sometime in late 1968 to 1969, Tank Nikolai Takio and Richtofen finally reappeared. They had teleported from 1946 at Riese to this time at Kino Toten.
Where are we? A better question is...
When are we?
No! Where the hell is my vodka?
Yes, of course. The DG2 must have overloaded the teleporter, ripping space-time, backtracing us to the future. How wonderful!
There's my vodka. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, come on, Tex. Suck it up and walk it off.
station will hold the key to the real goals of Group 935. I still do not trust my unconventional allies, but they are of great use to me. But I digress. Who would have thought the MDT was capable of time travel? How many stations does this group have? Where did that little girl disappear to? Only time will tell what new questions await us in this theater of the damned.
Richtofen experienced a bit of delusion immediately after the teleport. Toten had long been abandoned, and what exactly happened in those 20 years was unknown to most. Somehow a Thundergun Mark II ended up there. The radio that detailed the group's arrival was then temporarily displaced by 115 back to 1945. Strangely enough, the four also found a recording revolving around the Great Leap Forward movement in China.
Check it out. These villagers were portrayed in propaganda films as happy and highly motivated, although in fact, they were soon to suffer terrible moral and physical collapse. Tens of thousands of people died as a result of industrial accidents in the hazardous condition they were made to work in. The Communist Party came up with a crude calculation that every worker will build 1 meter of canal and the project will end in 3 months. Yet it actually took more than 10 years to finish the canal. During the Great Leap Forward, factory workers' hours were doubled, and machines began to work non-stop. They were not even allowed to stop for maintenance and repairs, and so soon began to fall apart. Factories were ruined. At the same time, Mao announced another target for the Great Leap Forward. Steel production was to be doubled within 1 year. That production would come not only from heavy industry complexes, but also from small furnaces and villages. As a result of communist ideology, Mao believed that workers' power held a magical force. With that decision, tens of millions of Chinese set out to produce steel by amateur methods. Everything made of iron they could find, from doorknobs to saucepans, was melted down in primitive furnaces in an effort to produce steel. Then cut off their hair and mixed it with the clay in the furnaces.
Some of the zombies that were contained in canisters had broken loose, starting a zombie outbreak. Many gas zombies were also rampant. Tank Nikolai Takio and Richtofen fought against the zombies until Richtofen found the pocket teleporter and used it to teleport them away to the Baikonur Cosmodrome in 1963, at the same time as the Pentagon outbreak. Tank Nikolai Takio and Richtofen found that the Baikonur Cosmodrome was completely overrun with zombies. Richtofen grabbed a spacesuit to wear. The pocket teleporter only worked once. It then became non-functioning. They fought against the zombies at the same time as the politicians at the Pentagon, although here in Russia it was midnight. Samantha was torturing Dr. Gersh in ether for her own amusement. He begged the four to help him.
Please, help me. She's coming. The mechanism must be repaired.
Meanwhile, the AK-64-A rocket modules that launched long ago occasionally rained down at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, and the Element 115 reanimated the space monkeys within them. They had an unusual connection to the Persicola, and unlike normal chimpanzees, they had tails. The Gersh device was a fully functioning weapon that created black holes for zombie killing and for teleportation. Samantha even created a weapon of her own, the explosive Matryoshka dolls. The four launched the R-7 rocket present at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, and then they started fixing the Casimir mechanism. They first put the generator back in its place.
You've done it. Now, it needs as much power as possible. Hurry, she's getting nearer.
They then connected the computer network to the Casimir mechanism, activating Node 1.
3 more! No! Stop it!
They then connected the power from the Persicola machines to the Casimir mechanism, activating Node 2.
There needs to be more concentrated power for this to work!
They then connected the power output from the R-7 rocket launch pad, activating Node 3.
Yes! Yes! Almost there! Hurry! She's coming! Load up!
They then sequestered the power from the layer-shaped power-ups from ether made by Dr. Gersh.
The Casimir mechanism is active! Quickly! Opening portal!
They then gave the Casimir mechanism more power by blasting it with wonder weapons such as the Thundergun Mark II and Gersh devices. All these things fully charged the Casimir mechanism. When it was fully charged, it freed Dr. Gersh from Samantha's confinement.
Ah, yes! I'm free! I cannot thank you enough for releasing me from that horrible place!
It is unknown what happened to Dr. Gersh. Meanwhile, Tank started to realize that his memory was lacking. Takeo, however, had by this point remembered everything that Richtofen had done to him, and he vowed to get vengeance on Richtofen. Richtofen also developed a crush on Nikolai. It also became clear that Richtofen had a secret plan.
Richtofen. I don't like him. I think I've seen him before Shino Numa, but can't quite remember. In fact, can't remember much at all from before.
Richtofen. I don't know why he likes me so much. Maybe he's trying for a free drink. I don't give free drinks.
I think Dempsey is like a goose. He wake up in new world every day. I don't think he remembers anything from before. Nikolai's presence brings me dishonor. He tries to drown the past. It will consume him one day. I do not think he remembers anything. Richtofen. His evil is great, but not as great as what we fight today. One day, when the time is right, I will make him pay for what he has done!
Eventually, Richtofen used the Gersh device as a portable teleporter to teleport them all to Neagle's Nest. Later, Brock and his assistant Gary, two explorers in the Himalayas, discovered Shangri-La in their search to find Agartha.
The heat and humidity is just excruciating. According to the locals, the temple should be in this mountain range just up this river. Gary, do you hear that? A waterfall. We must be close. Hand me the binoculars. There is a structure up ahead. If this is truly a gateway to Agartha, my work will finally be validated.
Brock, I don't think this place is abandoned.
Don't be silly. This place has to be thousands of years old. I have found some unfinished carvings around the structures I can't make out. They do not look like... Wait, what is this?
What the hell was that? Why is the sky dark?
It's an eclipse. We must have...
Run! Things!
Zombies! We have to find another way!
Zombies? What are you talking about?
The writings must have been right. No! Don't touch that! Damn! Take a look around and try to find a way out.
I got nothing.
We will have to conserve our supplies. Take your shoes off and hand me your socks. I have been trapped in the temple structure for days. Gary is dead, and I don't see a way out of here. I can still hear the zombies outside. I fear this is my last recording, as the battery is about to die, and I will soon follow. One thing I can be certain of is that glove...
They pressed a button which teleported them back in time, where there was a solar eclipse. In their attempt to escape the zombies that had overrun Shangri-La, they got trapped in an inescapable room of the temple, where they stayed until they starved to death. Only in 1990 did the United States reveal the heart publicly. Then in December 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed. Tank, Nikolai, Takeo, and Richtofen arrived at Eagle's Nest. However, it was a bit later than Richtofen had hoped. They were in March 2011. They were not alone. George Andrew Romero was a famous writer and director of zombie-related scripts and films. He found some Nazi documents detailing zombies in Element 115, so naturally he wanted to produce a movie about it. He decided to shoot the film at the Siberian outpost, and he recruited 4 actors for the film. Sarah Michelle Gellar was famous for her role in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Robert Barton Englund was famous for his role in Nightmare on Elm Street. Danny Trejo was famous for his role in Machete. Michael Rooker was famous for his role in The Walking Dead.
Years ago, I did research for a World War II movie. I came across some old Nazi documents. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Element 115, necromancers, raising the dead, real creepy stuff. The coolest thing? Some of that crazy shit happened right here.
They were filming the movie Call of the Dead when a zombie attacked George and they both fell into the frigid water along with a stage light.
Oh, I've always liked the monster within idea. I like the zombies being us. It's like zombies are the blue-collar monsters.
We're completely surrounded! We're completely fucked! Are you girls kidding me? I've been praying for this shit! Come on!
Boys, let's get to work.
For God's sakes, he missed me again! Oh, cut!
Are you blind, man? Like this.
Ow! Oh.
See?
No, Jefe, I do it like this. Daddy!
I do it like this.
Get back to hair and makeup. You don't look dead enough.
Come on, let's go. That ain't in the script. We're writing a new one. It's called Maggot Shack Massacre. This is a real nightmare.
Let's slay some stiffs.
Zombies started reanimating all over the Siberian outpost. Sarah, Robert, Danny, and Michael grabbed some weapons and began fighting against the zombies. George turned into a zombie as well. However, he was more powerful than any other zombie. It is unknown what caused this. Perhaps it was the stage lights, electricity, or some real influence. The actors came upon a small locked metal room with some strange people talking from inside it. The strange people were Tank, Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen.
Ah! I'm blind! I'm blind! In my eyes! Holy shitballs! Me too. What did you do, Richtofen?
I did nothing. There's a light switch. Oh, I think I found a lever. Perhaps this will turn on the light.
No! Ah! Let go! That's not a lever! Richtofen!
Shh! Did you hear that?
Oh, sounded like someone outside. Hey, you! Hey! I need vodka!
Hello? Can you help us? There must be a blown fuse or something. It's dark in here.
Oh, man. That's wet.
Takio is sick to his stomach from all the teleporting. Richtofen asked the actors to find an extra fuse to turn the lights on in the room. They found one, put it in the wall, turning on the lights.
Ah, much better. Now I can see the problem. We must have gone too far into the future. Look, the teleporter's completely broken. The time circuits are damaged. We'll have to reroute them.
Wait! You took us here on purpose? Where are we?
A better question, Dempsey.
Oh, look at this blinky light! What's this button do?
No! Ah, great, Nikolai. You've just activated the MTD security system.
Good.
Excuse me. You're outside. Yeah. The handsome one. We need you to locate the power sources of the security system. They look like little half domes with a hole on top. Kind of like a big... Forget it. If you destroy those, it should shut down the security system.
Nikolai saw a blinking button and pressed it, which turned on the MTD security system. The actors destroyed the power sources of the MTD security system.
Okay, that did the trick.
Ah, yes. Takeo, can you hand me that screwdriver?
Okay, you...
Is that all he's going to do this trip?
Oh, I have such a headache. I need vodka. Now ain't the time for drinking, Nikolai. I heartily disagree. Now is perfect time for drinking.
Yeah, vodka. That might give me the distraction I mean, good idea.
See, Tank? It's always good time for drinking, eh?
There couldn't possibly be anything left to drink anywhere. Could there?
Nikolai asked for some vodka, and Richtofen urged the actors to find some vodka.
Hi, Takeo. Yeah, how you doing? See all your puke? Is that we're picking up? You're not saying thank you? Nothing? You know why? Because you're a little shit.
So they found some vodka and they sent it through the tube into the room. Richtofen gave it to Tank and Nikolai, who became drunk. Takeo was already incapacitated.
Oh, hello. Thank you so much.
Come on, Richtofen. It's singing time. I feel like dancing with Third Wife, but she's doing the troika with Dick.
Wait, isn't the troika that dance that needs 3 people?
Yeah, but Third Wife, big woman. She could do both parts.
Ew.
I lie in bed, I just roll toward her, you know. Takeo, let's dance, you barfing fool.
So now that they're occupied, I was wondering, could you do a special errand for me? I need you to retrieve a very important device. It looks like a long, stiff, hard golden rod. With fingers on the end. Oh, delightful. But it will take an outfit to find the right path.
Richtofen then requested that they find the Vril generator. The Vril generator had been left at Eagle's Nest before Samantha snapped. The actors searched. They found little slips of color-coded paper with numbers on them, as well as corresponding dials within the lighthouse at the Siberian outpost. They changed the dials to match the numbers, then they connected 4 Morse code radios that sent a signal relay to a light in the sky, likely the Vril pyramid in orbit around the Earth. The actors then pressed some switches on the bridge of the crashed ship on the coast, and the switches activated an unmanned submarine nearby that rose out of the ocean. The submarine emitted a series of foghorn trumpet blasts. In return, the actor used some land-based foghorns reciprocally. The submarine shone a green stream of light that hit the light in the lighthouse, refracting to the base of the bottom of the lighthouse. The actors did all of this while surviving against the zombies and George. Meanwhile, Richtofen changed out of the spacesuit.
The Vril generator will be mine! Then there is only one more thing I need!
One of the actors found the VR-11, which seemed to have been commandeered by the United States, that it had its logo on it, and could be used to turn zombies back into humans because of its Vril energy. The humans would panic and run for their lives, merely to be killed. Curiously, a human ran to the green light at the base of the lighthouse. Before he made it to the top, the actors killed him, which may seem morbid and cruel, but the former zombies had little more sense than when they were zombies, just from sheer fright. It is unknown why or how, but the human was vaporized when it reached the top of the lighthouse. From its non-existent corpse dropped the Vril generator, which was apparently immune to the vaporization. The actors returned the Vril generator to Richtofen via the tube connected to the small metal room. By this time, Richtofen had fixed the teleporter in the room.
Kinda sick that I have to ask this, but Richtofen, is that a rod in your pocket?
9. Let's go. I've got us what we needed.
Yeah! Drunk!
Thank you so much for your help out there. Bye-bye!
Hey, what happened?
Should I get out and push?
The fuse box must have shorted out again.
Oh, come on! This better be more rewarding than last time. Stupid Gersh.
Vodka!
However, when they used it, the fuse shorted out again, so the actors hit the fuse, which jump-started the teleporter.
Thank you again, stranger. Perhaps we will see you another time. Goodbye.
Yo, sauerkraut. You never did tell us why we came, wherever this is.
All in good time, my clever Dempsey. All in good time. Oh, that's what you get for eating raw fish.
Richtofen said goodbye to Sarah, Robert, Danny, and Michael before teleporting away to Shangri-La. Tank, Nikolai, Takeo, and Richtofen arrived at Shangri-La sometime between 1990 and 2011.
Finally, we're out of that damn closet.
Yeah, but it was nice break, no?
Not for me. That was a horrible experience.
You just need to bite down on something.
Takeo, you are a really, really bad dancer. Second wife dances better than you, and she's dead. I miss her.
Shh! I hear my precious angels. Let the slaughter begin.
Oh, I have nothing left to puke.
Good. I was really tired of cleaning it up.
Oh, that closet reminded me of home. Home smelled a little worse, though. Less sanitation.
It is your breath, Russian piglet?
Hey, that's a load coming from one who's been intimate with a stuffed monkey.
Shut up, you two. I hear him coming. Time to raid the refrigerator.
Much of Shangri-La was different from its appearance when Richtofen first found it. There were tunnels underground with modern and semi-modern mining equipment. The area also had a crude hydroelectric power system which was connected to various things such as Coca-Cola machines, a pack-a-punch, and various mechanisms around the temple. The zombies had overrun the Soviets and there was evidence of their presence, such as the Russian Perks-a-Cola, pieces of lunar landers, and spike moors, which were claymores jury-rigged to explode in a flurry of punji sticks. 3 new varieties of zombies surfaced in Shangri-La. Monkey zombies were reanimated monkeys from the jungle surrounding Shangri-La that had an irate fascination with power-ups. Napalm zombies were zombies that had napalm infused into their bodies. Shrieker zombies were ancient bodies that reanimated into corpses. Having died long ago and merely being preserved, they had less flesh to their bodies and as such were light and nimble and quick, and they had outstanding control over airflow. Nikolai and Takeo hated each other as usual, but Takeo developed a sort of pity for the drunken Russian, going as far as to call him Nicky. The 4 also noticed a mountain from Mars that had been spatially displaced by element 115. The Martian mountain had been there for quite a while, as it had begun to blend in with the nature surrounding it. Tank Nikolai, Takeo, and Richtofen found a set of 4 stone buttons in the center of Shangri-La. When they pressed them all at the same time, it activated the ancient crude teleporter within Shangri-La that was used by Brock and Gary. It took them and any zombies present back an unknown length of time to the time when Brock and Gary became trapped. However, the buttons Tank, Nikolai, Takeo, and Richtofen pressed were only temporary. After so long a time, they returned to the present and had to press the buttons again.
Whoa! Okay, what the hell just happened?
Why does everything look blue?
Look, there is an eclipse!
Fascinating. And look, there's a giant meteor on top of the temple. I must have it in my pockets.
Yeah, good luck with that. Let's go figure out what's going on.
The 4, back in time, came upon Brock and Gary. They hit a button in an attempt to free them from their confinement. Then a bunch of panels with symbols on them appeared. The 4 matched them up, which fully freed Brock and Gary from the entrapment. However, Gary got his legs stuck in some gears, and they still ended up dying.
What the hell was that? Why is the sky dark?
It's an eclipse. We must have...
Run! What are those things?
Zombies. We have to find another way.
Zombies? What are you talking about?
The documents must have been right. No! Don't touch that! Damn! Take a look around and try to find a way out.
Brock, I hear somebody out there that isn't dead.
Hello out there. Hello?
Hey, there's somebody in there.
Hey, guys, there's some British guy in this wall.
Hello, where are you?
The voices! Wait, that's not in my head.
We are stuck behind some kind of mechanism. Whatever you did moved it slightly. We really could use some help here. The stone is moving. It seems to be working. Oh, wonderful! There is some kind of crystal rising from the floor. Look at this. There's a passageway below. We have to push on to have any chance of escape.
Thanks, whoever you guys are.
I can hear water up ahead. Following the flow of water may lead us out of here.
Ah, crap! My leg! It's stuck in some gears!
Hold on, I'll get you out. Come on! Oh, good God!
The teleporter wore off and the 4 were sent back to the present. They used it again and went back to the past again.
We have come back to the same night again.
Oh, I had to relive the same night over and over before.
A time-traveling temple, of course!
So, what now?
Same thing we always do. A bunch of seemingly random and convoluted things until we win, no?
This time, the 4 changed the path and they walked near the wire grating at the bottom of the water slide. 3 of the group stood on the grating while the 4th pressed a switch in the water slide, which in turn opened the gates, which in turn freed Gary's leg. Then a focusing crystal, presumably a meteorite, hit the side of the mountain, killing Brock and Gary.
We are trapped down here between 2 gates, and the water is rising. Can you see any way to open these gates? That did it! His leg is free and the way is clear. We're moving through a small network of tunnels. This appears to be some sort of aqueduct system. Unless this was carved out at a much later...
The teleporter wore off again. They used it again, returning to the past. First thing they noticed was the focusing crystal falling from the sky.
So, I hope... Holy shit balls!
Holy crap!
Impressive.
Sorry, I thought that would be hidden by giant space rock falling from sky.
Ah, Nikolai, you're like a child.
Let's get out of here and see what happened.
This time, when the four went back in time, they used the 3179 JGB-215 to shrink the focusing crystal and put it into place. They did it right away, apparently minimizing the damage done within the structure, sparing Brock and Gary. However, the two explorers triggered a gas leak that killed them yet again.
That did it! His leg is free and the way is clear! Let's get moving. We're moving through a small network of tunnels. This appears to be some sort of aqueduct system. Unless this was carved out at a much later...
Holy crap!
We need to start digging and get past this cave-in! Well, we lucked out on that.
I wouldn't classify any of this as lucky.
Well, we are still alive.
Shh. Do you hear that?
Quickly, under there!
Great, another dead end.
Well, at least we're safe for now.
Really?
Aaron, get up! Hello?
The teleporter wore off again, and they used it again to return to the past again.
What a glorious eclipse!
Yeah, whatever. What are we doing here?
Perhaps we should wander around and see if we can find that strange man and his servant.
I'm just about done helping those guys. What are they doing for us?
Don't be daft, Dempsey. We have been raising the focusing crystals.
The what?
Never mind. Gorgeous. Let's go find them.
This time, when the four went back in time, they turned the valve, preventing Brock and Gary from dying from the gas leak. However, that had the unfortunate side effect of making the inner walls move. In order to get the walls to stop moving, the four had to burst all the pipes by leading a napalm zombie through the tunnel next to the area where Brock and Gary were trapped. They eventually got stuck in a well. A large serpent then ate Gary. Brock is presumed to die afterwards.
Hello? That seems to have stopped the gas. I wish I'd come out there and thank you in person, but we are still trapped in this chamber.
You have got to be kidding me!
Oh no! The walls are moving! Can you find a way to stop this before we are crushed? Excuse me, gentlemen. We're running out of time in here. The room is getting a little cramped. We really don't have much more time.
We are going to die!
That did it!
Let's get out of here before spikes shoot out of the walls and the floors open up to a pit of lava!
This place is massive. The architecture is not what I expected to see. It's more of an interpretation
What the hell's wrong with you? If this place doesn't kill us, the freaking undead will. We are stuck in some kind of trap-filled temple of death, surrounded by a horde of undead, and you were talking about the rugs not matching the curtains. If you don't...
Well, this is unfortunate.
Yeah. I rest my case.
The walls are too slippery to climb. I can see a tube about halfway up the side of the well, but we can't reach it.
What the? I think something just swam past my leg.
Where?
I don't know!
I wonder where he will be stuck now.
Probably by the radio we found in the past. Present, future.
Oh, but they died so gloriously! Why do we have to help them?
Maybe they'll help us somehow.
Well, so far it's just us helping them. Better be worth it. Stupid Gersh.
Nikolai, your foreshadowing amuses me.
The teleporter wore off again and they used it again to return to the past again.
What genius could build such a magnificent structure?
The Emperor!
Oh, come on, Tack. You need to vary it up a bit.
What I'm wondering is, why is there a trash compactor in an ancient temple?
Well, what else would they do with their trash?
This time when they went back in time, they used spike moors to fill holes in the tunnel underneath the waterfall, which raised the water level enough for Brock and Gary to climb to the chute. They died this time because they triggered a trap that shot arrows at them.
Hello? We're stuck down here. If you could somehow fill it up with water, we could get out. There is water filling the well, but it's not filling fast enough to reach the top. Yes, we can reach the top.
I can see the outside.
Thank heavens, we're finally out of the wretched catacombs.
Still a full eclipse.
Yes, it is very strange. I've been thinking about those unfinished carvings we saw before the eclipse occurred, and can't help but think they hold some sort of key in all of this. We should investigate the stepped pyramid for some clues.
I think we should get the hell out of here while we have the chance.
We're so close to proving the existence of...
The teleporter wore off again and Tank Nikolai attacking on Richtofen used it again to return to the past again.
Oh, goody. We're back in the past again.
This is so much fun! They keep on dying in such creative ways!
Sadist.
Oh, thank you, Nikolai. And you don't smell as bad as usual. There.
I think you have all lost your minds. Let's hurry and find them.
This time when the four went back in time, they activated panels with more symbols on them all over the surface of Shangri-La, which gave a hint to what Brock and Gary must do. Brock found a code that they could use. They also blew up the snare trap so that when it killed Brock and Gary.
I can see the outside.
Thank heavens, we're finally out of the wretched catacombs.
Still a full eclipse.
Yes, it is very strange. I've been thinking about those carvings we saw before the eclipse. Give me a moment.
Oh, jeez, man, do we really need to do this now?
Yes, they do match the pictures from the tattoo. It's a code. 16-1-3-4. This doesn't mean much. Perhaps the answer lies inside that stepped pyramid.
Wait, so how did they know the code now? I'm confused.
Don't be daft, Dempsey. We finished the glyphs for them. So when they got here in the future, they were able to read them because we changed the past. So the past present, when we were, never actually happened to them and...
Wait, what?
Oh, all this gives me a headache.
Let's just find out where to use this code.
The teleporter wore off again and the four used it to return to the past again.
Wait, why are we here again? Do we even know what we're doing?
I'm not sure. Perhaps we missed something.
Maybe, but it's no big deal. I miss things all the time, and look at me!
Yes, look at you. Ugh. Let's get going.
This time when the four went back in time, they changed the dials in the mud pit room to show 16-1-3-4. This change allowed Brock and Gary to enter the main temple safely. They died again by staying there too long with zombies running amok nearby.
We have made it inside the top of the temple. I can see an antechamber through a crack in the wall, but there is no way to get inside. It's completely enclosed.
If we had a stick of dynamite, I could get us in there.
Well, unless you brought some, I think we're not getting any further.
I had some in my bag, but dropped it when we were attacked by the horde of zombies.
Hey, Pyro Putzes, I might be able to help you with that.
Hey, guys! It's happening again!
Dynamite! I find your dynamite!
Dynamite! Wunderbar!
Okay, you bring me that stick of dynamite, I'll open this bitch up like a can of beans! Then, can we get the hell out of here?
Of course! I just need to see the inside of the temple.
I dropped the bag near where we were first attacked!
And by the look of it out there, we're not going to be able to stroll around looking for it.
So close to the answers.
We need to get the hell out of here before it's too late!
The teleporter wore off again and the four used it again to return to the past again.
I think all the crystals are raised. Now what?
Why don't you tell us, Richtofen? You seem to know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's true.
So, then what do we need to do?
I don't know yet, but I will when we do it. And then I will have everything that I need. I mean, hey, maybe we should go see where those guys are stuck.
This time, when Tank Nikolai Takio and Richtofen went back in time, they tried to find the dynamite. It was stuck on one of the focusing crystals, so they upgraded the 3179 JGB-215 into the Fractalizer, and they shot the focusing crystals in a specific fashion so that the beam refracted onto all of the other crystals before eventually hitting the giant 115 meteor on top of the temple, shrinking the meteor. Dynamite also fell off the focusing crystal, so they grabbed it and gave it to Gary. Brock and Gary blew the wall up, giving them access to the antechamber of the temple. Inside, they found a plaque with Richtofen's name carved upon it, as well as the shrunken meteor, which would become known as the Focusing Stone. Brock touched it. The extreme density of the 115 within the Focusing Stone, in addition to the 115's temporal displacement properties, caused time to reverse upon being touched. It reset events for Brock and Gary back to when they first arrived. This put them in a recursion that can only be escaped by death. Richtofen presumably managed to grab it since he also had the Vril generator. Tank Nikolai Takio and Richtofen then used the teleporter to again teleport away.
Alright, here we go! Everybody get back!
I am now entering the antechamber. I see some sort of altar, and there is a rock suspended above it. This is just wonderful. An inscription. Richtofen. Richtofen. Gary, take an etching. The rock above the altar seems to be suspended in thin air. I'm going to remove it now.
We've been in this jungle for days and haven't seen any sign of this hidden temple.
Cannot give up. It has to be here.
I can't shake this feeling like we're going in circles.
We should get to higher ground and take a look. The heat and humidity is just excruciating. According to the locals, the temple should be in this mountain range just up this river. Gary, do you hear that? A waterfall. We must be close. Hand me the binoculars. There is a structure up ahead. If this is truly a gateway to Argatha, my work will finally be validated.
Throughout 2025, a large military faction and alliance formed and grew. It was known as the Strategic Defense Coalition, or SDC, and it was made up of Afghanistan, Mongolia, North Korea, China, and many other countries. China tried to resist, but the SDC had powerful influence over them. The SDC and NATO were the two primary world power alliances. Shan Zhao was the ruling dictator of China and the SDC at this time. In Shanghai, Province 22, China, there were two buildings, a multi-level mall and a sweatshop. Both of them had outlets for the International Zombie Center, an enterprise built on the fascination of the zombie apocalypse, the kind often shown in the entertainment industry. The International Zombie Center had the protection of the SDC evident by the SDC soldiers that were there. The International Zombie Center's two outlets here worked together, despite the differences in the wealth of the estates. They also managed to acquire a new Percola called Who's Who, but the original manufacturer is unknown. A weapon was developed that fired 115 in a new state of matter that was like goo. The sweatshop managed to acquire a few pieces to build one, but they didn't get all the parts. Around this time in Hollywood, California, United States, there was a film studio that filmed many famous movies in many different genres. For an upcoming science fiction movie, they researched some futuristic-looking weaponry. Two of the guns that were featured were the ray gun and the Chinese goo shooting gun. However, they were just replicas of the real things. The studio began filming the movie in which these movies were to make an appearance, Space Monsters from the Moon 2. Meanwhile, an amusement park was set up in Nevada that housed a retrofuturistic exhibit called Nuketown 2025, in commemoration of the original Nuketown. In 2025, an international group of terrorists began to assault the industrialized nations of the world. However, the United States fought back. Nuketown 2025 and the studio were just two of the many places that were ambushed by mercenaries. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, or FBI, and the United States Naval Special Warfare Development Group, colloquially known as SEAL Team 6, both sent heavily armored agents and soldiers to defend against the mercenaries. For unknown reasons, a nuke was dropped in the battle in Nuketown 2025. Later, a United States Black Ops team assassinated Shan Zhao. Back in Shanghai at the mall and sweatshop, flyers were placed around the area by the International Zombie Center telling people to be on the lookout for a zombified Shan Zhao, which very few people likely took seriously. Meanwhile, a mining operation was begun in Angola that happened to be right above the long-ago abandoned American ghost town. Also, the United States did some experimenting in the Green Run area, which had been abandoned since the 60s, and they used the ghost town as a cover. They were operating within the town there and within a nearby power facility outside of the town. There they made a secret underground laboratory. Within the power facility, they created their own power grid and a being infused with human DNA and electricity known only as him. Underneath the town, they had a pack-a-punch that never got around to assembling, as well as a fully functioning underground railroad system. They also artificially combined the DNA of different creatures to create very strange abominations they had kept in cages underneath the town. The United States began another secret program in Nevada to construct a nuclear drill to try to drill deep into the earth for an unknown purpose. They used it near the remains of Nuketown. However, the design was not perfected and it caused massive amounts of destruction. In the month of January, radiation scientists were studying the results of the test in the ruins of Nuketown when they noticed zombies rising, which was due either to 115 and the nuclear blasts of the site of the test, or because the zombies themselves came from the overrun no man's land. The radiation scientists sent a distress call to Area 51, which then sent in 2 groups of 4 agents each. One group consisted of CIA agents, the other consisted of agents from the Center for Disease Control, or CDC. When they arrived, all but one of the radiation scientists had turned into zombies themselves. The remaining scientist, Marlton Johnson, a young protege in his 20s, had hidden in the fallout shelter in Nuketown. Perk-hold machines and the Pack-a-Punch, hooked up to a car battery, were temporarily displaced because of the blast and they rained down onto Nuketown. A rigged intercom was still functioning in Nuketown that received transmissions from Griffin Station that could be heard across the site. The CDC and CIA fought against these zombies in Nuketown. Tank, Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen then arrived in the no man's land part of Area 51 through teleportation at the same time as the zombie outbreak in Nuketown. No Man's Land was completely overrun with zombies and hellhounds. Richtofen had put the focusing stone into the crevice in the Vril generator, effectively merging them together into what he called the Vril device. Tank, Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen used the teleporters set up by the United States government in No Man's Land that had a direct connection with Griffin Station to go there. The 4 put on pressurized external suits to protect themselves against the lunar environment. Despite Richtofen's planning, his inner spacesuit turned out to be unnecessary. 2 new types of zombies appeared in Griffin Station alongside the regular zombies. Astro zombies were reanimated bodies that happened to be in spacesuits at the time of their reanimation. They were super pressurized and they had the ability, somehow, to teleport at will. Phasing zombies were gas zombies that mutated, gaining the ability to consistently teleport forward in between every few steps they take. The CIA and CDC agents could hear Richtofen through his communicator and the intercom system in Nuketown. Using 4 terminals found outside Griffin Station, Tank, Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen gained access to the Griffin Station mainframe. Then one of the 4 grabbed the Hacker, a device built in Griffin Station with the sole purpose to hack into electronics. They used it to hack the mainframe. Then Excavator Pi breathed through Tunnel 6 in Griffin Station, completely destroying the atmosphere and artificial gravity in that sector. However, the drilling dislodged the egg from its resting place, and the 4 found it. Richtofen had stolen it from Maxis sometime before this.
I knew I should have invented an egg-moving robot. Stupid Maxis with his rules and stupid accent.
The egg acted as a key to the MPD. The 4 put it in the MPD and a glass tank emerged from it. They killed 25 zombies, their souls filling the machine. Then they flipped the switch, which made the MPD open, exposing Samantha, cryogenically frozen inside. Tank, Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen acquired a wire from the laboratories in Griffin Station and 2 Casimir plates from No Man's Land. They put these on an apparatus connecting it to a terminal. Richtofen placed the Vril device in between the Casimir plates where it floated. Richtofen hacked into the mainframe, accessing the Casimir mechanism using the apparatus he created. This activated the long-dormant Maxis, who tried to stop him.
Excellent! This is all going according to plan! Login, Teddy. Password is a liar. I'm not, but that's why no one would guess it.
Access granted. Greetings, Edward. Would you like to play a game?
What is it with gross obsession with American women? All they do is play games! No matter. Time to charge up the Casimir mechanism. Carry the 1.
Access granted. Switching relay to Sector 115.
Access denied, Richtofen.
What is happening? Scanning for hacksaws.
You fool! I should never have trusted you.
Maxis, how on earth did you get into the machine? No matter.
I know what you are up to, and I will not allow you to succeed.
You should never have kept the DG2 from production. You should never have tried to steal the plans for the MTD.
Stop the madness, Edward. We were supposed to help the human condition, not destroy it.
Indeed. And now you are dead. And your little girl is going to be next. She is the source of madness, not I.
She is just a little girl, Edward. She doesn't even know what she's doing.
Und delete. Goodbye, Dr. Maxis.
Security override active.
However, Richtofen deleted him and finished charging the real device. 4 glass tanks emerged from the MPD. The 4 then killed 100 zombies, their souls filling the machines. As they did so, Samantha, in her final moments of power, gave several death threats to Richtofen.
You will never succeed in this, Edward! The blackness will swallow your pride! Something far more terrible than you lies here! I'll destroy you for what you've done to Edward, you will tremble in fear! I'll split you apart and expose your remnants so you will be judged for what you have become! Your tears will taste so sweet when you beg for your miserable life! You did this! I will have no mercy on you for your arrogance! I will destroy all those who help you! The Earth's destruction will lie in your hands, Edward! Your fault!
Then Richtofen placed a charge rail device into the MPD, which made him switch souls with Samantha. Richtofen became the being trapped in the ether, while Samantha was now trapped in Richtofen's body.
I can control them all! I can destroy you all! But not before we continue the game.
Now being the owner of extraordinary powers, Richtofen took control of the zombies' power-ups and more. Upon his rise to power, he returned the zombies' eye color back to the original default blue. Tank Nikolai Takio, Samantha, the CDC, and the CIA noticed this and fought onwards.
Greetings! If you are receiving this message, it means that Richtofen has entered the device. If you free me, I will help you minimize the damage that he will inevitably cause.
Then Maxis contacted Tank Nikolai Takio and Samantha, saying that he wasn't deleted, but just impaired, claiming that he could minimize the damage that Richtofen would cause. So they used the 4 terminals again to free Maxis.
Good. Now that I am in control of the station, we have one last chance to sever Edward's link with Earth. I will calculate the position. Retrieve the artifact and take it to the launch platform.
Then they used a QED to remove the egg from the MPD. Then they teleported the egg using a Gersh device to the top of an AR-7 rocket, which triggered a launch.
I have finished the calculations. Launch protocol initiated. Launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 30 seconds to impact.
Maxis launched 3 R-7 rockets towards the Earth, which made contact and exploded. One landed directly upon Nuketown, annihilating the CDC, CIA, and everything else present there.
That's it? Seriously? All that work and all we did was blow up the Earth? What the fuck?
Ha! Goodbye, wife number 9! I do not think I will be able to top that one. She died when I blew up the Earth! Fun times! I will miss her.
I promised to destroy every rust remnant of 935. I will destroy them all!
We did it, Daddy! Yay! The Earth went boom, boom. Goodbye, Daddy. I love you and I miss you. But I want my body back. And I'll destroy that evil Richtofen for taking Daddy away.
Well, that was a much larger explosion than I anticipated. I have done all I can. I certainly hope those calculations were correct.
Is that all the damage those missiles did? I was hoping for less ground and more lava.
Much of the Earth became a barren landscape. and lava and other disasters were relatively common. A ring of debris floated around the Earth, with chunks of it continually falling back down. Element 115 began to spread across the globe, reanimating zombies everywhere. People worldwide had to survive and fight for their lives. Richtofen no longer had a world full of people to torment, but he had an army of the undead. The geological disruption created a huge hole in the crust in the middle of Africa near the buried town, which came to be known as the Rift, which collected a relatively large amount of 115. George Barkley, a former CDC assistant director in Druid Hills, Georgia, knew some of the awful side effects of Element 115.
Attention all on this channel. This is George Barkley, former assistant director of the CDC facility in Druid Hills, Georgia. Prior to the destruction of our headquarters, our research found evidence that contaminants are now infecting the very air we breathe. As such, exposure of some sort appears inevitable for all survivors. Symptoms are variable, but most subjects display short-term memory loss, psychosis, delusion, and paranoia. Short-term memory loss has also been reported, but as of yet, I have been unable to confirm this. We advise all individuals to monitor their fellow survivors for signs of the above symptoms, paranoia in particular. Ask yourself, are those closest to you really who you think they are? Are they following their own secret agenda? Are they perhaps plotting against you? The dangers presented by such symptoms cannot be overstated. It was with deep sadness that I myself was forced to euthanize 14 members of my own team. My condolences to their families. I hope this message serves as a warning to all survivors. We must all do whatever it takes to ensure our future as a species. Thank you.
The Airborne 115 started to cause paranoia among other mental instabilities in survivors, just like it had to Maxis nearly a century ago. Under 115-induced delusion, George Barkley euthanized 14 members of his own team and proceeded to make a transmission to anyone that would hear him to warn them of the dangers of the 115 contaminant.
If there's anyone out there, please respond. I desperately need help. Nothing's left me, and I'm alone and frightened. Help! I tried to do it right, but the others, they wouldn't listen. This peace comes here. This peace comes there. I couldn't do it on my own. I need help. I don't know what to do. The German man stopped talking to me, and I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Richtofen began to contact survivors. He was not happy that the world had been taken from him, and he aimed to fix that. However, no survivors met his expectations.
Science has failed us. He has abandoned us. In this new world, we alone are your salvation. We alone can light the way. Hear our words. Heed our call. There is but one path to enlightenment. Just as they would consume us, we must consume them. We are the living, and we are the dead. We are the flesh, and the flesh is us. We will not starve. We will thrive.
An organization or movement began where people would consume zombie flesh to survive. They were known as the Flesh. Their practices aligned very much with cannibalism and occultism. One notable member of the Flesh was a man known as Samuel J. Stullinger.
Redcon 5, this is Saber 1-0. Our sweep failed to find any evidence of survivors on site. Broken Arrow is not viable for new FOB. That's a negative, sir. Records appear to have been destroyed in a fire prior to the facility being overrun. Sir, we believe staff may have been trying to destroy evidence implicating them in the outbreak. Understood, sir. Confirmed drop at T-5. Retreating to safe distance.
Two military or former military men operated in a mission in this post-apocalyptic world. Saber 1-0 was the code name of a man with a jet plane. He was communicating to a man by the codename Retcon 5. Saber 1-0 was making a sweep over a site in corporation called Broken Arrow. Russman had been a man who worked here but was fired. Saber 1-0 and Retcon 5 had three mission objectives: to find survivors, to find records relating to the outbreak, and to evaluate it as a new forward operating base. There were no survivors. All of the records were destroyed by staff in a fire to prevent their own incrimination. The place was designated for bombing. Saber 1-0 dropped his payload and retreated.
Anyone listening, we have food, water, and medical supplies. Enough to last several years.
Some survivors in this post-apocalyptic world took refuge in a former government facility in Jack Flats, Nevada. The leader of the site made attempts to reach out to survivors to let them know this place was safe. Maxis contacted these survivors through the technology present there.
What has occurred cannot be undone. However, I realize the calculations were made in haste and could potentially threaten the entire globe. That was not the intent. I considered a possible plan B should this occur, but this plan would consist of creating global polarization devices that would... It appears I have difficulty speaking. Devices when the power... Shut the power... me.
Maxis was limited in that he could only communicate through technology. Also, devices with high amounts of power would interfere with his signal, preventing him from communicating. He insisted that he did not mean to inflict as much damage on the world as he did, and he told the survivors that he was trying to create global polarization devices for his Plan B. Richtofen, however, also contacted the survivors.
What's that? Who's there? Yes, I can hear you. Flesh? Of course I have. There's nothing else. No, I won't do that. How do I know you're not lying? You could be making all that up. Well, sure, that only makes sense. Dude. Numa. But... No, I see. Sure. Really? But they're my friends. Yes. Of course I see now. I'll do it. I'll do it for you. For you and the flesh.
When some survivors began hearing Richtofen and following his orders, a sort of civil war in Jack Flats broke out, with one half fighting for Richtofen and the other for Maxis, each trying to establish some sort of tower with a power input.
Voice! Come in, unidentified electronic voice! We've been attempting to activate your spire as instructed, but one of our members began hearing the other voice you warned us about. He turned on the rest of us and shot one member of our crew and wounded another before we restrained him. Hello? Hello? Damn this thing! Why doesn't it answer when we call it? Hello? Hello, hello! This is Jackass Flats, calling any human community within broadcasting distance. We're located at standard map coordinates 37 degrees, 07 north, 116 degrees, 03 west. This is a warning to anyone contacted by a group of mysterious voices. Several of our party began to hear the voices, and their competing instructions and incompatible demands drove a wedge down the center of the camp. Half of the camp is carrying out the demands of only through electronics. This voice is a big, long, and its ultimate goal is unclear. The other voice cannot be heard by humans who have not been on the long madness this way lies. Neither of these instruction sets will understand. Those of us who have not chosen a side have been hunted by both sides, seeking to force us to assist them. Oh God, they found us! Oh! Get back!
The conflict grew. Each side had their disadvantages. Maxis wasn't punctual with his limited responses, and Richtofen was only able to penetrate a few people's minds. Armed conflict killed many people, and some people even went crazy due to the predicament. The zombie threat also didn't help.
Hello? Hello? Are you there? We have activated the spire as you instructed, but the shamblers are swarming our location, and we can't hold out against their superior numbers for long without aid. Hello? Please, come in! It is vital that you instruct us on that...
You think you're so smart, huh? You think you can manipulate everybody into doing what you want, but we know the truth. Your calculating works and your sinister agents? You mean to destroy this planet and kill us all? We're not gonna help. No way, no how. So yeah, you keep talking. But no one's gonna hear you because we're destroying everything. Everything electronic starting with evil
radio box thing!
The survivors were so concerned with killing the other side that neither Maxis nor Richtofen gained control of the tower in Jackass Flats. The CIA and CEC were still operational in this post-apocalyptic world. Their status and condition are unknown, but it was probably not good. 16 agents were sent to Green Run. Half were from the CIA, half were from the CEC. Half went to the town in Green Run, and half went to the farm in Green Run.
Ha ha ha! We will work together against the zombies, yeah? Ha ha ha! Co-op time! So much fun! Wunderbar! You're on 2 teams and only 1 team makes it out alive, so good luck.
Despite working for the same government, they ended up fighting each other due to their differing beliefs and goals, as well as due to Richtofen's prodding rhetoric and zombie attacks. Marlton had met up with a southern woman named Abigail Misty Briarton, and they happened upon the long-abandoned ghost town area known as Green Run, more specifically the bus depot, by the time of at least 20 years since the missiles hit, or sometime after 2045. Misty gave Marlton her nickname for him, Marley, and they began to have feelings for each other. They fought against zombies when the bus driver pulled up with Samuel and Russman in tow, who invited them aboard. Sometime following, Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman went back inside the bus depot, and Maxis contacted them through the PA system there to ask for their help.
You're not one of those foul creatures. Excellent. I have been searching for decades. Listen now. What I have to say is of the utmost importance to mankind. If you would see this planet freed from the curse of these wretched undead creatures and the monstrous evil which controls them, then you must obey my every command. I cannot effect physical change, yet. You must be my hands. Only you can stop that awful worm, Richtofen.
A chemical was in the local zombies around the area that made them often explode when killed when they were on fire, which was common due to the exposed lava everywhere from the missiles. The strange creatures created by mixing DNA had also escaped by this time and repopulated. They were now known as the denizens of the forest, and they lived underneath the areas covered in dust from the missiles. However, they frequently emerged from their burrows to protect their territory. While surviving, the 4 survivors found some parts that they put together to create a portable wind turbine to help them in their endeavors.
That's it! Now, complete the device. Do it!
They also heard Richtofen for the first time, who had been quiet for the longest time.
Excuse me, just getting used to the ether. Please have a consequence. Right.
They then got back on the bus, and the bus driver greeted them.
Welcome aboard. Please have a seat. Thank you for choosing Consolidated Coach Corporation Bus Lines. We know it's a big decision who you ride with, and we are privileged to have been chosen.
When they were passing the tunnel, some error occurred within the bus driver that made him seemingly endlessly loop the bus route in a circle.
Error. Global Positioning System Navigation error. Maintain current course. Implement automatic course upgrade protocols.
Samuel found that he could hear Richtofen in his head, much like how Yuri could hear Samantha. Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman fought off zombies at the nearby diner and farm before arriving at the power facility. They entered the secret hub of the power grid and turned it back on. When the power came back on, it freed him from his confinement. He instantly vanished, now residing in the sky, creating huge thunderstorms.
Excellent! You have freed it! But now you must turn off the power. An active power grid will disrupt all communications between us and make it impossible to accomplish the mission I have for you. Shut down the power.
Maxis then contacted them again and told them that he needed them to turn the power off so he could consistently communicate with them without the power grid interfering with his signal. Richtofen meanwhile decided that he would enact Maxis' plan B for himself before Maxis got a chance to use it. Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman continued to survive, not heeding Maxis' instruction. Richtofen gave Samuel in-depth instructions to build something with a jet engine to use to heat an electric pylon in Green Run known as the Tower of Babel.
Ah, good job! Wunderbar! You've done well, my friend. But this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. Of your group, you are the only one who seems to be able to hear me. So you must convince your deaf friends to heat up the obelisk. Setting a puny fire will not be enough. It must reach an extreme temperature. Now, if only you know how to build a portable engine of some sort, which might grow very hard. Some sort of jet engine with an afterburner? Oh, what, you do? Oh, goody goody. So, why are you still standing here listening to voices in your head? Get to it, Schweinhund, or Maxis will kill you all!
They scoured the area for pieces of the jet gun that Richtofen wanted.
Oh, that is a large piece! Now you have everything you need to make the jet engine. Quickly!
They then used those pieces to construct the Thrustodyne Aeronautics Model 23. Meanwhile, they also built a device under the Tower of Babel, which consisted of a purple 115 meteor that had crashed into the bus depot. Richtofen told them to bring the jet gun to the tower along with a nav card for the contraption they made, the nav card reader.
Excellent! Your skills are superb! Now get this thing to the obelisk! We must hurry, for Maxis is a busy little beaver, and the dummy bird will kill you all! Trust me! Ah, that is good! You have accomplished much! But to activate the computer, you must have the little nav card thingy, which plugs into the computer thingy. Don't worry your little brain about what it does or how it works. Just go find it!
They brought the Thrustodyne Aeronautics Model 23 and nav card to the Tower of Babel, which is in the middle of a cornfield. They blasted the meteor that was atop of the nav card rear with the Thrustodyne Aeronautics Model 23 until the gun exploded due to overheating.
Yeah, jawohl! It's so hot and it's burning up! Oh! Sexy! Sexy! Now we need the 115, and the only place to get that is from the flesh! The flesh! You must wrest the 115 from the undead by killing them! Oh boy, do you need a bunch of it! Get busy!
Richtofen then ordered Samuel and the others to wrest Element 115 out of the zombies by killing them under the tower.
That is a large group of Lebenden Toten. Now lure them to the obelisk. Then make them kaboom! Yeah, I can feel the tingling in my toesies.
Richtofen then announced that too much power was flowing into the tower.
Oh, wunderschön! But now too much power is flowing into the obelisk. You must reduce the incoming power by a factor of 4!
So they reduced the power input by throwing EMP grenades at some of the electric lights around the area. Richtofen then gave his excuse of a thank you for helping him in his plan to heal the Earth for his own amusement.
Yeah, you did it! Soon this beautiful planet will be healed once more, and the flesh will cover the Earth! What a glorious day that will be for you! You will be the hero that has saved all of the Earth for me to play with!
Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman then turned the power off. Maxis then praised them for listening to him.
Yes, outstanding! Now we can continue our other tasks.
Out of the sky beamed down him, who attacked the 4 survivors. They led him to the Tower of Babel, where Maxis told them to kill him to capture its essence to use as a power source.
Kill the creature! Kill it now, so we may capture its essence!
They placed 2 turbines under the tower and then killed him, fulfilling Maxis' command. The power was too much, so they placed some turbines around the electric lights that were in the area. This gave Maxis just enough power to power the Tower of Babel, and he thanked them for their help.
Yes! The spire is online! Now, if the other sites can only be likewise empowered, then perhaps there is still a chance to complete that which was begun so many years ago. Your help has been invaluable. Farewell!
The Tower of Babel was then powered. Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman continued their survival against the zombies. The bus driver continued his loop around the Green Run area. The 4 survivors tried to insert the nav card into the nav card reader, however, the reader claimed it was the incorrect nav card. Richtofen started to become more irate, varying his voice from his usual eccentric tone to a deeper garbled tone.
I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Why me? Travel where? Don't you get it? There's nothing left! Oh, how did you... What? What do you mean, mend the rift? Well, maybe I don't wanna. Huh? Did you think of that? Oh, you can't tell them about the flesh! What I did, they'd kill me if they knew. Ah, shit!
If you're gonna talk to your imaginary friends, Stu, you might want to wait till you're in a Z-free zone.
Stupider! Get over here, now!
Come on, come on! What do we do now?
We arm up, find a good place to defend, kick ass, that's it.
I don't understand.
What are you talking about, Stuhlinger? Misty made it pretty clear.
The sense of fate begin anew!
We're going down! We're going down fighting!
Have we been here before?
Richtofen said that they needed to go to China and then teleported them there, leaving the bus driver behind. He then told Samuel that he needed to mend the rift, but Samuel didn't know what he meant. When Samuel talked back, Richtofen threatened to tell Marlton, Misty, and Russman about Samuel's history with the flesh. Russman then sacrificed himself to save Samuel from some zombies that were behind him. The other three went down to an elevator, fought zombies, and died themselves. Richtofen used the power of his to resurrect all four to get the job done, leaving all the characters with deja vu. Misty, Marlton, and Samuel were all in China, specifically the multi-level mall and sweatshop in Shanghai Province 22, China. The buildings were in a state of architectural chaos due to the missiles that had hit the Earth. The mall had snapped in two and the top lay upside down next to the bottom. The sweatshop and the two halves of the mall became known as the Great Leap Forward, named after the Chinese movement of long ago. Immediately, Maxis contacted them again, telling them his communication problems have been fixed.
The energy fields are no longer disrupting my communications via electrical devices. You will hear me, and you should listen.
The SDC soldiers, as well as many Chinese civilians, were now zombies here. Here, Richtofen had replaced the hounds with jumping jacks, which were a mutated form of phasing zombie. By this time, all of the Nova 6 was gone, but they were agile and could spawn at Richtofen's will. While fighting against the zombies, one of the survivors obtained a sniper rifle.
We must neutralize any errant energy fields in order to prevent Maxis from enacting his plan.
Take whatever action is necessary to ensure the sources do not fall under his control.
If you can find them!
You will need the weapon you hold in due time. Ensure you guard it with your life.
Maxis and Richtofen then both tried to talk to the survivors at the same time. Maxis talked through electronic devices and Richtofen talked through Samuel. They were both saying that they needed to keep that weapon. The survivors then turned the power on and they found that the mall and sweatshop shared a power grid.
Vital energy flows to all things, living or dead.
My power to manipulate these forces is fragile and limited. That is why I need your help. Bunkoff!
Richtofen then told Samuel that he was glad to turn the power on, but he needed more of his help. The survivors then stepped on the 4 panels on top of the elevators.
Control!
The alignment has begun. You are on the right path. Please, continue. You must trigger the symbols in the correct order. An order that only trial and error will reveal.
Maxis and Richtofen then told the survivors that what they had done had affected the power output, but they needed more to be done. Survivors then stepped on the 4 panels with Chinese symbols surrounding the area.
Excellent! The energy fields are changing, transforming, flowing. You are on the right path. You must look for objects of steel. With the appropriate weapon, their energy fields can be manipulated.
Maxis and Richtofen were pleased. Maxis told them to find some balls of steel. They found them using the sniper rifle in the dragon sign's mouths. They were ancient Chinese spheres of steel. One represented fire and the other represented light. They shot one.
It is working! The sphere has relocated. Now, one more must be found.
They shot the other one.
The balls! It's all about the balls! You must purge the energy before Maxis interferes! Perhaps a rapid liquefaction will suffice, yeah? Then do it!
The energy within the spheres is in flux. Fear not, we will need them in due course. Now, find the Enlightened One. A blood sacrifice alone is not enough. Reincarnation is key.
Maxis and Richtofen then talked at length over each other. Maxis wanted them to take the balls and go to the room with the Buddha engraving, and he told them that reincarnation was key. Richtofen wanted them to use some type of liquid to make the balls get stuck within the 2 statues near where he had spawned them. Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman decided to go look for a device that could spray liquid. They found various parts of the liquefier lying around the sweatshop and put them together. They then used it to spray acid on one of the balls.
Yeah! Make those balls wet, you whore! More! Keep going! Oh, you cannot have dry balls, cannot dry balls. Oh, not good.
If you cannot follow my instructions, then you're of no use to me.
Maxis was not pleased at all and practically disavowed the survivors. Richtofen was overcome with joy and told them to continue, so the survivors used this liquefier to spray acid on the other ball.
Oh, that was good. Maxis will no longer be able to get his filthy hands on those balls. Those also wet balls. Now, the real fun can begin.
Richtofen was very pleased and told them that they needed to make a blood sacrifice. The survivors put together a wireframe, bellows, flag, and engine to make what they called the trample steam.
Oh, look at you! So clever! The machine can automate the undead's destruction.
Richtofen admired their cleverness in death automation. So the survivors placed a trample steam in a good location facing the spire on top of the sweatshop.
Keep going! More machines are needed!
They placed another.
I'm so excited! I'm so pleased. Keep going.
Then they placed two more.
I love it when we plan and come together! What were we doing?
Zombies began running into the trample steams, and the trample steams would fling the zombies to their deaths at the spire.
Look at them go! More blood! More blood! Holding back! Holding back! We're so close! I can feel it! Only with your combined energy can we fully control the tower. You need a conduit for the electrical energy contained within your living flesh. Any ideas? Oh, I know. How about those electric knuckle punchy things?
After finally flinging enough zombies, Richtofen told them that they had flung enough and told them to use the galvanucles to electrocute the 4 supports of the spire. They found that it had to be done in a certain order. The order was recorded in mahjong tiles found in the 2 buildings. After finding them, they determined which order in which they needed to be hit. Misty Marlton, Samuel, and Russman punched the 4 supports of the spire with the galvanucles in the correct order, successfully powering the spire for Richtofen.
Good work, Samuel. Look to the dragon. The energy flows! Oh, it flows from my face. Keep your ears open, Samuel Stullinger. You will hear me. Again. Ah, that's the echo effect. I love it. I'm still here.
Richtofen was very pleased, and he thanked Samuel. However, Maxis was furious.
You humans are so flawed, unable to follow even the most basic commands.
Misty Marlton, Samuel, and Russman decided to get the ballistic knife and upgrade it. The upgraded ballistic knife, known as the cross defibrillator, they knew could revive people.
The regenerative powers of that device are vital to our success. Ensure you do not lose it.
Maxis commended them on obtaining the weapon. Richtofen sulked in silence. The survivors went to the room with the Buddha engraving like Maxis had said and began to kill zombies there.
Yes, keep going! More blood! Reincarnation will reveal the way forward.
After killing enough zombies, Maxis repeated what he had said about reincarnation, so the survivors used the cross defibrillator.
Ah, yes! Do you see? The energy of their broken souls has been released. The energy fields remain in flux. Matter must be transformed before it can be contained. The spire must be energized with fire and light. Create a field with which to bind it.
Maxis was very pleased. He stated that killing the zombies and using that weapon had released a lot of energy within that room. He told them to bind the energy around the spire, so the survivors put together the wireframe, bellows, flag, and engine to make what they called the trample steam. They placed one trample steam, then they placed another.
You must keep going! The spire awaits energy!
Then they placed the other 2. All 4 were arranged into a cross around the spire.
It must be flanked by fire and light.
Maxis told them to place the balls in the trample steams, so they did, and the trample steams flung them back and forth, creating a field that contained the energy.
It is working! We are near our goal! Form a stand, charge in hand. Only then will the spire be ours.
Maxis told them to use the galvanucles to electrocute the 4 supports of the spire. They found that it had to be done in a certain order. The order was recorded in mahjong tiles found in the 2 buildings. After finding them, they determined which order in which they needed to be hit. Misty Marlton, Samuel, and Russman punched the 4 supports of the spire with the galvanucles in the correct order, successfully powering the spire for Maxis.
Excellent work, humans. Your allegiance brings us one step closer to our goal. You have taken an important step. The spire has been activated. Now, you must locate and activate the others if we are to prevent Richtofen's plans from reaching fruition.
Maxis was very pleased and he thanked them, calling them humans. However, Richtofen was furious.
Nein! You're not listening! I try to be patient. Really, I do. But you ruined everything!
Misty Marlton, Samuel, and Russman found parts to another nav card reader in the Great Lake Forward area. They built it just like they built the last one. They inserted the nav card they found in Green Run into this nav card reader and it accepted it. They found another nav card in a shop in the mall, but the reader would not accept that one. Meanwhile, back at the diner in the Green Run area, Richtofen decided to entertain himself. He had 4 zombies that had formerly been members of the CDC. He used his resurrection powers to bring them back to life as humans. However, he entertained himself by having them all fight to be human, and every time they died, they became zombies again. It is not known what became of that last standing human. After powering the spire, Richtofen and Maxis subsequently abandoned the 4 survivors in their efforts to power the last tower, using people that happened to be near it. Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman then began to wander the Earth. They fought their way through the Far East, through the Middle East, and down to Africa. Other groups of survivors happened upon the rift in Africa. Maxis and Richtofen urged the survivors to help them power the mining tower that was above the buried town below. Many groups of survivors came and died. Some were more successful than others, but none completed Maxis' nor Richtofen's goals. 4 members of the CIA and 4 members of the CDC were among the survivors that came upon the rift. However, their bickering led to Richtofen just pitting them against each other like he had done in the last CIA and CDC members. Richtofen also decided to entertain himself by turning zombies into humans temporarily, just like he had before in the diner. Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman were heading down through Africa, just passing Egypt, when they stopped in the ruins of an airplane.
Enough walking for today. We set up camp here. In case you boneheads have forgotten, the world is broken. Very broken. The dead walk the earth, and what remains of civilization is at the mercy of forces we barely understand.
What makes you think we're gonna find something different at this new place?
I don't know that we will, but at least we'll be sure.
Sure of what, exactly?
I don't know.
His memory's going again.
Your name is Russman. Russ Man.
That my first or last name?
We don't know. You're just Russman. Yeah, anyway, you're a former operative from Broken Arrow. You've been walking the Earth since the, incident.
Yeah. I think I remember. The town.
That's right!
That's where you found us!
When we met, you already had your lapdog in tow.
What do you mean, lapdog, huh? I'm the only one who knows what to do!
Don't talk stupid, Stu. All you know is whatever the German tells you to think.
I don't think you're in any position to ridicule Mr. Stuhlinger, particularly given your own proclivities.
You better watch your mouth before you say something you regret, boy.
Enough! We need to remember why we're here. We've all been jumping through hoops for reasons we don't fully understand.
Fully understand?
All right, for reasons we don't understand at all. Point is, we do it. We keep moving, we keep fighting. It's what we do, day in, day out. If you really need a reason why we do this, I'll give you one. We do it because doing something, anything, is better than doing nothing.
The rift is less than one day's travel. We move at dawn.
What if we don't find answers?
Then we'll just have to ask more questions.
Russman said their next destination would let them be sure, but his memory loss prevented him from explaining any further. Misty gave Marlton, Samuel, and Russman a motivational speech for why they killed the undead. Later, they finally arrived at the rift in what was once Angola. They stood upon the lower levels of a broken mining tower when Maxis noticed their presence and greeted them.
Attention, my corporeal friends. You can hear me, yes? Our journey inches ever closer to its conclusion. This location represents the final piece of a puzzle beyond the comprehension of your mortal minds. With your help, we will heal the Earth. Energy from the ether is at its strongest this close to the rift. You must harness this energy in order to power the tower seen from this vantage point. In order to achieve our goal, you must venture beneath the surface. I will endeavor to monitor and advise on your progress, but you must remain vigilant. Richtofen will stop at nothing to achieve his psychotic goals.
He told them that, to activate the remaining functional mining tower, they must go below ground through an opening revealed by the mining operation and the tectonic shift of the ground from when the missiles hit. Maxis then explained how the depth hindered him and he needed their help. Richtofen then took notice of the group.
My communications are more fractured below ground. It is essential that you find the parts needed to complete a structure capable of delivering power to the tower above ground.
Samuel? Samuel Stuhlinger?
What? Oh no, not again!
Calm yourself, Samuel. We're all friends here, are we not?
Not really. Me and Russman are buddies, but, I hate that girl with a passion.
We have no time for such petty rivalries, my friend. I fear that Maxis may manipulate your companions into following his orders. He can be a very convincing liar. I know this firsthand. For now, you must focus on only gaining control of the tower above ground. It is more important than you can possibly imagine.
So, no pressure then?
The components necessary to build an energy conduit to power the tower can all be sourced from this location. When you find them, you must ensure that they are not used to help Maxis.
Both Richtofen and Maxis tried more to behave themselves, be nice, and appeal to Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman to convince them to power the mining tower, again forcing them to choose between Richtofen and Maxis. Richtofen treated them as he had done earlier. Every time they died, he spawned them back to life for them to try again, desperately hoping they choose to help him. The mining operation above, along with the buried town below, they collectively referred to as Resolution 1295. At one point, Marlton, Misty, Samuel, and Russman managed to build another nav card reader just like they had in Green running Great Leap Forward. They inserted the nav card they had found into the nav card reader, which accepted it. They also found a nav card in Resolution 1295. In between deaths, Richtofen spawned them back in the Green Run area just long enough to place that nav card in the nav card reader there, which accepted it. So then all the nav card readers were working, something that was essential for all of the towers to work. While they were in the town, they found a very tall man in overalls unable to perform speech who was strong and immune to zombies, trapped in a jail cell. Not knowing his real name, they referred to him as the Big Guy. They used a key to let him out, and they would give him booze and candy to entice him to help them. Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman came upon a guillotine in the town.
Ah! Perfect! Und guillotine! Find and bring the parts to this location. Together we will thwart Maxis. Don't worry, we don't actually need to cut off his head. I was talking metaphorically. Although decapitations can follow if time permits.
You must follow my instructions without further delay. Please continue.
Richtofen told them that the guillotine could be used to further his goals. They went to go find the parts to add to the guillotine to fulfill Richtofen's plan. They added a dish, some wires, a strange crystal, and an antenna to the guillotine.
Wunderbar! You have done so well, but we are not finished yet. Listen for my helpful advice. I can only apologize if it seems cryptic. I cannot see so well from here.
I do not wish to seem unsympathetic to your own situation, but you really must proceed with my orders.
They found some devices that amplified ethereal energy within the ground called amplifiers, sticking out of the ground.
Oh, look! Just what we're looking for. Well, almost. They need a little more oomph before they will serve our needs. Find the right tool, Samuel, but do it quickly. Your allies may yet choose to follow Maxis.
What reason do you have for such disobedience? Is one of you listening to the wrong advice?
Richtofen told them the amplifiers needed a bit more power, so they found the paralyzer that Maxis left, and they charged the amplifiers up with even more ethereal energy by firing the paralyzer at them.
Ooh, look at that! That's perfect! It's bigger and better! Find the others! Repeat the process! There should be a little light floating around. Perhaps some poltergeist resided within.
I have warned you before. Do not listen to the words of others. I had hoped I would not need to warn you again.
A lantern that seemed ethereal in nature then began to float around the place. They used a grenade to bring it down.
Here comes the lantern. I'm sure it is harmless enough. Departed souls leave residual energy in their wake. This energy must be used to fuse the lantern.
I cannot tell you just how much you put at risk by your non-compliance.
Richtofen told them that they needed to fill the lantern with energy. They went to the mansion of Sarah Faraday, and they entered it. She sent projections of herself to combat them to get them out of her house. However, they killed the projections, which unleashed energy that filled the lantern.
Listen carefully, my point. Now the lantern is full of juicy ghost juiciness. Oh! You must use its power to show you the way. So sorry, I'm being cryptic again. Basically, I'm telling you to go shine its light on stuff.
Survivors that had previously come far in helping Richtofen and Maxis knew what needed to be done next, and they had written it down in the form of a coded clue. The lantern was able to light up the coded markings.
Oh, this talk of energy is so vague, yeah? It's best not to worry about it. Just think of the big ones. positive and negative, north and south, light and dark, good and evil. Anyway, cheer up, it's all good. You just need to smear the right area with some fresh zombie blood. Oh, it's so fresh.
Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman decoded the message, which indicated 3 signs. They found the signs in the tunnel, so they hit them with the galvanuckles in the correct order, revealing the Wisp.
Maxis calls it a wisp. It's really just a ball of life force imprisoned in this place for all eternity. It is probably best not to dwell on what it really is. It will make you so sad.
The Wisp was a being that managed to outlive its physical body or bodies. They began to teleport around the town, and they used Volturi elixir to see through the walls to see where the Wisp was. It fed off of their energy, and eventually it ended up attached to the guillotine. When zombies approached it, pieces of the Wisp attached to the zombies.
Kill it! Kill it now! I want its energy! I must have its energy!
Richtofen instructed them to kill the zombies to take their energy. They killed a few more zombies like this until the guillotine was powered to Richtofen's satisfaction.
Okay, Samuel, I don't want you to get upset or worried, but it seems that somewhere along the way, we accidentally tore a teensy-weensy hole in the fabric of time and space. Like I said, it's nothing to worry about, but you need to cross your own timeline in order to put things right. Just detonate a time bomb near the guillotine, and everything will be hunky-dory.
Richtofen informed them that somehow they had accidentally created a hole in the fabric of space and time, specifically a paradox. He told them to place a time bomb on the guillotine. They did so. They then triggered the makeshift time machine they had crafted.
Welcome to your future. Now hurry and find the switch. Ironically enough, we do not have much time.
It took them far into the future, to a so-called round infinity. In this future, Missy, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman had been killed by the zombies. Richtofen told them to go find a switch.
Now Samuel, search their cold, dead bodies.
Richtofen told them that the switch would be on one of the corpses. However, Samuel was a bit disturbed when he came upon the corpses of his companions.
It shouldn't be too upsetting. I know you weren't close.
He was more disturbed when he found his own dead body.
Oh yeah, maybe I should have warned you about that. Now don't get upset, Sammy boy. They're going to put things right.
Richtofen reassured him that finding the switch would prevent their deaths from occurring, hence the paradox. They eventually found the switch and came back to the relative present.
So many puzzles, so many games. Where do they come from, huh? Ooh, that's a ghost. Maxis does this all the time, you know. You're not the first. He will push you as far as he can, following his own ridiculous rules, only to cast you aside like used disuse. I won't do that to you, Samuel Stuhlinger. I like you too much. Now be a good boy and run along to the maze. I'm sure it's now just a simple matter of flipping the switches in the correct order.
Richtofen then told them to go to the maze in the backyard of Sarah's mansion. They then pulled the switches in the maze in the correct order, which pleased Richtofen.
I'm so proud of you! We are inching ever closer to our goal. Many inches of inching. Oh, do you ever wish for something so hard that you think you're going to burst if you don't get it? Well, today all our wishes are going to come true. Just take all your hard-earned pennies along to the fountain.
Richtofen was pleased. He told them to go to the fountain in the courtyard of the town.
Now, throw your pennies into the fountain and we get to play a fun little game. Move quickly, my little cowboy. Here! You must shoot all the targets.
When they activated the fountain, a sharpshooter game appeared throughout the town. They managed to shoot every last target, which was the last step in fully powering the mining tower. Having accomplished that, the mining tower became powered for Richtofen. Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman came upon gallows in the town.
Great! These gallows are positioned in the optimum location. Find the necessary parts and bring them here.
You have to do what I say, Samuel. It really is very important.
Maxis told them that the gallows could be used to further his goals. They went to go find parts to add to the gallows to fulfill Maxis' plan. They added 2 fuel cells, some wires, a car battery, and an antenna to the gallows.
Excellent! Continue at pace. 2 more components are required. Ensure that they are not used to further Richtofen's nefarious goals. The structure is almost complete. You are brave warriors, my friends.
Perhaps braver than those who walked this road before you.
You need to get the others to do what you tell them. That's what working together is, huh? Do it!
They found some devices that amplified ethereal energy within the ground called amplifiers, sticking out of the ground.
These devices, embedded in the earth, they amplify and project energy. You cannot allow Richtofen to exploit their power. For them to be destroyed, you must find a device capable of projecting a powerful sonic blast.
Explain it to them. I don't care if they are talking over you. Just tell them what they have to do!
Maxis told them they needed to destroy the amplifiers so Richtofen couldn't use them. So they created a device called the Subsurface Resonator, which was able to project a sonic blast. They used the Subsurface Resonator along with a turbine they made to destroy the amplifiers.
Oh, you are both imaginative and ingenious. Continue to find and destroy each amplifier. Do not allow your pace to falter. There is still much to do. I am most pleased to see that the amplifiers are destroyed. You must capture the wayward spirit of the Lantern. Its power is key to achieving our mission. Brute force may be required to bring it within reach.
Why don't you listen to me? Did I do something wrong, huh? I'm so annoyed, I don't even want to say to you!
A lantern that seemed ethereal in nature then began to float around the place. They used a grenade to bring it down.
Good! Now you must secure the lantern to ensure that it is not used to advance Richtofen's plans. The lantern is a vessel for energy. The energy contained within all matter. You must find a method to manipulate the power of the undead. Their energy may provide vital fuel for the lantern. Lest you face corruption from the errant energy, you may need help from a soul already bound to this realm.
You really are quite pathetic, aren't you? Where would you be without me? Nowhere! That's where! I hate you! I hate you so much!
Maxis told them they needed to fill the lantern with energy. They gave the big guy some candy from the candy store to convince him to help them out. He began to beat up the zombies around them, releasing ethereal energy that filled up the lantern.
You must ensure the lantern is safe from harm. The energy contained within is essential to illuminate the words of those who came before you. Their wisdom will show you the way.
Survivors that had previously come far in helping Richtofen or Maxis knew what needed to be done next, and they had written it down in the form of a coded clue. The lantern was able to light up the coded markings.
Though they failed to complete the task, the others left clues for those who followed. Only a burst of electricity will have the brute force necessary to release the energy bound to this realm.
Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman decoded the message, which indicated 3 signs. One of the 4 laid a time bomb down. Then they found the signs in the tunnels. They hit them with galvanuckles in the correct order, revealing the Wisp.
Follow the Wisp. He will show you the way.
The Wisp was a being that managed to outlive its physical body or bodies. He began to roam around the town, and they had to kill zombies around the Wisp to keep him alive, as he fed off the zombies' energy. He eventually entered one of the fuel cells of the gallows.
The Wisp's life force has been exhausted, but further energy is required. I had hoped that it would not come to this, but it appears we must manipulate time itself in order to supply sufficient energy to the tower. There is a device that will allow you to create a point in time that you can return to when you choose. This may prove to be the only method for extracting sufficient energy from the Wisp.
Fortunately, they had laid down a time bomb. The person who laid down the time bomb then triggered it, making time reverse back to when they had laid it down. However, the fuel cell remained powered despite the reversal of time. They then revealed the Wisp again. They killed more zombies around the Wisp again until he again went to the gallows, this time in the other fuel cell.
Now that the structure has power, we need only to direct its energy towards the surface. There is a rudimentary control grid somewhere in this cursed place. Perhaps a remnant of its twisted past.
Upon Maxis' instructions, they then found a strange device within the Faraday mansion. Pulling the lever and pressing bells found throughout the town while Sarah repeatedly attacked them, they managed to activate the device.
You
You must proceed to the fountain in order to set the final chain of events in motion. This is it! Sufficient payment will initiate a final challenge. Quickly! The targets must be destroyed!
Maxis was pleased. He told them to go to the fountain. When they activated the fountain, a sharpshooter game appeared throughout the town. They managed to shoot every last target, which was the last step in fully powering the mining tower. Having accomplished that, the mining tower became powered for Maxis. Maxis' plan B glowed blue in all of the slots, indicating that the Tower of Babel, Spire, and Mining Tower had all been powered for Richtofen, and the nav cards had activated all three.
Every tower has been activated, just as I planned. We can finally begin our endgame!
When Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman approached it, it opened to reveal a large button. They pressed it, which activated a chain of events that ultimately resulted in giving Richtofen ultimate power.
Finally, I am in control! The ether is mine to manipulate as I wish! The world is now my own personal plaything!
What have you done?
I've won, Maxis! That's what I've done!
But what about Samantha? Your actions condemn my daughter's very soul to eternal damnation! Even if you do not care for her, surely you wish to return to your own body!
Not really, no. Won't I already possess the power to leave this netherworld and re-enter the physical realm once more? I can choose anybody I wish! As for you, Maxis, you will simply cease to be! Auf Wiedersehen, Toodles!
No!
Take a deep breath, Samuel. We're about to get a whole lot closer. At last I am... what's the word? Corporeal? No. Physical. Whatever. I have my very own body! I can touch, I can feel, I can smell. Oh, maybe that's not such a good thing. What is that stink? No, wait, something's wrong. I'm struggling to control my movements. Okay, maybe I just need some practice.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, Samuel! You're still here? Okay. This is a little awkward. It's really not that different to how things were before, Sammy. We get to talk to each other, play games, have fun. It's really quite exciting. You'll like the fact that we're going to be eating more salad.
For you, maybe. For me, it's just a big bowl of fucking suck!
That doesn't come in a bowl, but I do understand, Sammy. Just carry on as normal, and I'll try to leave you alone for a while.
Richtofen gained full control over the ether. He killed Maxis and then he entered Samuel's body so he could interact with the physical realm. He rewarded the 4 survivors for their efforts, and the Earth became a toy for Richtofen. However, Richtofen found that he could not separate himself from Samuel's body, and he was forced to have a limited perspective through the eyes of a single individual, despite all of the power he possessed. Richtofen's victory was much less than he desired. Eventually, Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman died. Richtofen's fate appeared equally foreboding. Maxis' Plan B did not glow in an array of any one particular color. Since the device was not fully powered for Maxis or Richtofen, neither gained ultimate power. The world remained in a state of limbo between the bickering disputes of Maxis and Richtofen. The fate of Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman was death, followed by resurrection if Richtofen felt like it. Maxis' Plan B glowed orange in all of the slots, indicating that the Tower of Babel, Spire, and Mining Tower had all been powered for Maxis, and that nav cards had activated all 3.
Yeah, the towers are all under my control. It is time to begin the purge!
When Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Russman approached it, it opened to reveal a large button. They pressed it, which activated a chain of events that ultimately resulted in giving Maxis ultimate power.
The process has begun! Now I control the ether's energy! I can at last reach Agatha!
Ah, you fools! Why did you listen to him?
Regretfully, I must inform you that neither the Earth nor its people will survive.
I tried so hard to warn you. Don't go!
Once the gateway is open, I will finally be reunited with my dearest Samantha.
Hello? Are you forgetting something? Even if your wretched daughter is still alive, she has my body!
If you are so eager to re-enter the physical world, Richtofen, I will grant you that wish!
Maxis gained full control over the ether, and the zombie's eyes turned orange to indicate he was in control. He revealed his true intentions, that he lied about healing the Earth, that he actually wanted to use his power to reunite with his long-lost daughter Samantha. She had been displaced by the 115 into the other dimension, Agartha, some time ago, which is why he wanted to usurp Richtofen. He informed the 4 survivors that forcing open the gateway to Agartha would destroy the Earth and all who lived there. Maxis put Richtofen's soul into the body of a zombie. Every time the zombie died, he'd be transferred to a new zombie. Maxis destroyed the Earth along with Misty, Marlton, Samuel, and Rustman, but he failed to ever open the gateway to Agartha. Richtofen had no body left to inhabit. Maxis had nothing. Samantha's fate, however, was far different. Samantha, the person with the longest reign over the zombies, had been temporally and spatially displaced after her body swap with Richtofen. She was displaced into Agartha and far back in time. However, she was not the only thing displaced. Many objects began to be temporally displaced by all of the 115 that had built up. With everything traveling backwards and forwards in time, history could easily be changed. Samantha was trapped in Agartha, sometime during World War I. World War I began on July 28, 1914. It consisted of Great Britain, Russia, Japan, and many more as the Allies, and Germany, Austria-Hungary, and many more as the Central Powers. Dr. Maxis was a relatively old man back in World War I. He worked for Mauser, a weapons manufacturer, and developed designs for weapons. On January 5, 1915, he finalized the prototype design for the Mauser CX series as well as an attached scope. Eventually, out of that series came the Mauser C96. In the same year, another weapon was designed, the MG0815. These two weapons used cutting-edge technology derived from bits of scrap that had fallen through time. Maxis eventually left Mauser to work for an organization that recently formed called Group 935. Group 935 specialized in research of various natures trying to use cutting-edge science to help ensure a victory for Germany. A physician that had studied at Heidelberg University signed up to join Group 935, and he worked alongside Maxis. His name was Dr. Edward Richtofen, and the two became good friends and colleagues. In 1917, in Maxis' research, he cataloged aspects of various elements, and he came across one that was new to him in Group 935, Element 115. Since the element still lacked a name, he decided to name it Divinium, after its amazing properties. He showed it to the leaders of Group 935, and they invested more research into it. Beginning this year, Russia began a transformation and revolution that would eventually end with them pulling out of the war as the Soviet Union. The United States entered World War I on the side of the Allies on April 6, 1917. Group 935 found out about the Knights Templar and their relation to Element 115, so they set up many excavation sites to try to uncover Element 115. One spot in northern France near Bar-le-Duc was particularly promising. The site was named Excavation Site 64. Within it they found ancient ruins of the Templars that had been there so long before them. They also found Element 115 that the Templars had unearthed, now buried. Maxis and Richtofen were stationed at Excavation Site 64.
The ancient texts describe an artifact known to them as the Amplification Rod. It is my firm belief this item is instrumental to harnessing the energy of the elemental stones. Unfortunately, neither the rod nor the stones have been recovered from any of our dig sites. I fear we must push forward regardless. As such, I have drawn up plans to create replica rods based on the descriptions from the main chamber. I will instruct Richtofen to begin fabrication immediately.
Maxis learned of the elemental staves created long ago. However, he could not find them, so he designed plans for replicas based on what he knew. He gave the designs to Richtofen so he could create the required parts. Meanwhile, Richtofen's parents died, and when he heard the news, he was stricken by grief. Maxis began to try to become a sort of fatherly figure to Richtofen.
Researching Element 115 continues to yield unforeseen results. The conversion process creates localized energy fields, which appear to function as portals, bringing forth objects of indeterminate origin. It is my hypothesis, however outlandish, that this transfer of matter may actually be occurring through space and time. I believe the answer may lay with the broken runestones located at the mound. Perhaps channeling sufficient energy from the conversion generators to their location may prove fruitful.
Group 935's research into 115 paid off. They learned how to convert element 115 into a liquid, and doing so exacerbated its displacement properties, making it open portals through which temporally displaced objects fell. Maxis then came to the conclusion that 115 has the ability to displace objects from their time and space. Group 935 continued to experiment with what they could learn of 115, and they began to develop weapons using it. The rift between Maxis and Richtofen continued to grow as their differences began to surface. On September 22, 1917, Richtofen wrote a letter detailing his concern with Maxis' latest behavior. Richtofen also thought Group 935's weapon development was a good idea. However, the idea of using 115 for weapons troubled Maxis, and his conscience drove him to secretly defect to the Allies. He wasn't concerned with what Group 935 would think of his defection, but rather what Richtofen would think. The Emperor of Japan at this time was Emperor Yasuhito Taisho. He began to gather intel that the Germans were increasing their mechanization, and he became very worried. He selected a samurai warrior known for victory in the Battle of Mukden, named Takeo Masaki, to be his trusted agent to gather more intel on the matter. Takeo was honored, and he wrote a letter detailing this on October 6, 1917.
It is by chance of fate alone that we unlocked the seal to the main chamber. Repeated efforts to use brute force proved ineffective and left the men exhausted and frustrated. In an effort to alleviate the tension, one of the soldiers brought a gramophone to the chamber, along with a recording by a group of performers known as La Source Noire. To our astonishment, as we listened to the first few bars of music, the seal itself began to open. I cannot help but wonder if other such recordings may similarly reveal other areas of the catacombs.
The main chamber of the ancient ruins created by the Templars' Excavation Site-64 opened by chance when brought a record of music played in a gramophone by the musicians known as the Source Noire. Group 935 began to research whether other sites might be similarly influenced by music. Group 935 also made great leaps in mechanization. They created heavily armored suits for soldiers to wear, increasing their physical and fighting prowess. When wearing the suits, they became known as Panzer Soldats. Group 935 also used the resources displaced by 115 as well as 115 itself to construct giant robots to help win the war. They developed 4 giant robots named Thor, Odin, Freya, and Loki. They were 1,000-foot tall humanoid robots with the ability to shoot rockets and crush things. One had to disengage the foot panel in order to beam up into the control room. The giant robots also had velocity compensators that prevented people, when ejected in an emergency, from being hurt by the fall. The United States learned about the Panzer Soldats and giant robots due to Maxis' defection. American reconnaissance seemed to confirm it, but they sent an operative to confirm its validity. His name was Tank Dempsey. On November 19, 1917, he estimated he'd be there within a few weeks. However, the war ensured he wouldn't make it within that time frame. However, Russia also took notice of Germany's advancements. A soldier named Nikolai Belinsky was exiled from Russia and forced to partake in a special mission to see what the Germans were developing. He wrote a letter detailing so on December 10th, 1917.
When 115 is channeled towards the ancient stones, an energy field appears to drag unknown objects into our reality. Is it possible that element 115 is disrupting the space-time continuum itself? How else could an ancient box, created eons ago, bring forth weapons from different eras, perhaps including even our own future? Further study is needed to understand these powerful and unpredictable forces.
Maxis discovered within the ruins of the original ancient mystery box, and he struggled to understand its power. While Group 935's actions worried him, Maxis found solace in his ignorance of 115, and he began to reconsider his religious beliefs and hypothesize about the existence of some sort of god. Group 935 in the meantime continued to develop weapons using the knowledge it gained from Element 115. Maxis began to hear a voice in his head. At first, Maxis just ignored it, but she was persistent. She identified herself as Samantha, and she said she was trapped in Agartha. Nikolai was troubled with the war's effect on his people and country. Russia was going through a civil war and he was stuck in France on his mission. He admitted in a letter on February 23, 1918, that the people in France were very hospitable. Meanwhile, the Emperor recalled Takeo for an update in a meeting back in Japan after learning of his victory of Mukden, something of which the Emperor was previously unaware. Takeo continued on his mission, but he grew uneasy about it. He wrote about his worries in a letter on March 2, 1918. Meanwhile, the advancement of German technology caused the Germans to advance early in their spring offensive with the Battle of Belleau Wood. Tank participated in the combat and helped ensure a victory. Tank also obtained intel that Russia and Japan were both trying to uncover the German surprise and conspiracy. He needed to get to the site relatively soon to find out what they were hiding and to perhaps have a discussion with the leaders of Group 935. He detailed his thoughts in a letter on April 14, 1918.
The child's voice calls to me more frequently than ever. At first, she spoke only of her imprisonment in a mythical realm known as Agartha. Now she claims to be my daughter, even though I know no such child exists. I fear my sanity may be slipping away from me.
Meanwhile, Group 935 continued to advance. They found out that Excavation Site 64 had more 115 than any of the other sites. Samantha called out to Maxis more and more. She tried to tell him that she was his daughter, but he couldn't believe such a thing. He became worried his mind was failing him. Maxis confided in Richtofen, telling him about her. Richtofen had his trust, but he began to believe Maxis to be mentally unstable. Pablo Marinos was a man who somehow knew a lot about Element 115, and he wrote a journal about it that Group 935 acquired. Richtofen wrote about these events in a letter on May 13, 1918, and then he reported Maxis to the leaders of Group 935, who then kept a watchful eye on him. The fighting of World War I encroached upon Excavation Site 64. The scientists had to try to do research as a war unfolded around them, literally. Fortunately for them, German soldiers stood guard to watch the site with futuristic weaponry. That didn't stop zeppelins and planes from flying overhead shooting at each other. Also, under Maxis's perceived obsessive research, they managed to find some vinyl records to which the runes responded.
When I awoke this morning, I learned of mysterious events that took place during the night. Men working on the installation of the generators reported seeing ancient figures emerging from the mound. I would doubt their story, but for the fact that by morning, many of the men were either dead or missing.
Then, Agarthan zombies began to go through the portals created by the 115 conversion generators to attack the German men working on them and try to destroy the devices. One day, some Germans were digging in Excavation Site 64 when they managed to puncture a hole in one of the runes that led to a dark pit. Out of it came the remains of a Templar reanimated into a zombie by 115. Zombies soon began to rise all over the place, spreading corpses to be reanimated by 115. Maxis and Richtofen hurried to use some temporarily displaced vials of blood from some prisoners in Alcatraz in 1933 to develop what they called zombie blood, which would temporarily allow one to be free of zombies. However, it was of no use. Maxis himself ended up getting killed by a zombie. Meanwhile, Tank, Nikolai, and Takeo had each independently arrived at the site to see what had happened. Richtofen took drastic action. Before Maxis got a chance to reanimate as a zombie, he cut out his brain and put it in a jar of fluid to preserve Excavation Site 64. Tank rode on a German contraption called the Zombie Tank, and he, Nikolai, and Takio began to fight off German zombies until eventually they reached the bunker where Richtofen was cutting out Maxis' brain. Just then, one of the giant robots stepped right on them, but they jumped out of the way just in time. Tank communicated to his superiors on a one-way comm. Tank, Nikolai, and Takio each wanted to take Richtofen back to their respective countries, but Richtofen urged them to focus on dealing with the present threat of the undead first. Thor, Freya, and Odin patrolled around the area, circling it, and Loki had been shot down and destroyed. Samantha was in control of the zombies, however, controlling them from Agartha limited her powers. She only controlled the newer zombies, such as the German zombies. The already existing zombies, like the Templar and Agarthan zombies, still had the default blue eyes. Richtofen explained what had happened to Tank, Nikolai, and Takio.
After we reached the catacombs at the dig site, my men began to get sick. Within a day, they became like the others, living dead.
Samantha could speak to the four heroes, and so she begged them to free her from Agartha.
Can you hear me? Please, you have to help me. I'm trapped here. I just want to go home.
What the? Did anyone just hear a little girl?
Her name is Samantha. We will hear her again, over and over. She will not stop. Her words drove my friend insane. He became convinced that her voice held a message from the ancients. She claims to be trapped in a mystical realm known as Agartha.
Richtofen grabbed the jar that held Maxis' brain and they began to fight zombies. The chalk weapons, mystery box, and other weapons helped the four survive. They then began to power the 115 conversion generators again, even though they had to fight off both the German zombies that tried to kill them and the Agarthan zombies that tried to stop them and kill them. Eventually they managed to power 6 of the 8 generators, the ones that still worked. They found the original Pack-a-Punch designed by the Verrückt on top of the excavation site, which had appeared out of thin air in the middle of all the 115 slabs hooked up to the machinery powered by the generators and simply hooked up by the Germans. Also, the four found a device called the Wunderfizz Orb and the Wunderfizz Machines, which was based on the mystery box except it pulled Perks-a-Cola out of their time. In addition to the Wunderfizz Machines, Group 935 had acquired a Juggernog, Speed Cola, Quick Revive, Stamina Up, and Mule Kick machine, all plucked out of time, and Group 935 hooked them up to various power supplies, such as the generators and coal-powered assemblies.
You have to help me. Please. There is a way to open the gateway. My father was so close. He said, you have to follow the steps. I'm trying to remember. The staffs of the ancients were lost, but father made copies. You can find them. You can get me out. You can open the gateway to Agartha.
Samantha told the four heroes that they needed to get the replicas of the elemental staves that her father had made. So Tank, Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen set out to find the pieces of the staves as they hadn't yet been built. They found the record made by the Schwarz Noir as well as the gramophone near the excavation site. They played the record and the music opened up the excavation site to the chamber underground where they found the pedestals where the staves were to be constructed. In the church nearby, where the zombie tank was stationed, they found the fire record. Panzer Soldats intermittently attacked them, but they defeated the Panzer Soldats. One carried a piece of the Staff of Fire, which they took. Another piece was carried by an airplane, so they shot the plane down and picked up the second piece. There was a box called the Reward Chest, and it was controlled by Agarthan technology, Samantha, or some combination of the two. The result, however, was that it would reward the four heroes for their efforts. It gave them the third piece of the Staff of Fire as a reward for powering Generator 6. They went to the tunnel marked Fire, or rather the Fire Tunnel, and they used the gramophone to play the fire record. The music activated a portal that led them to the crazy place, which was still full of Agarthan zombies. The fire podium revealed to them the fire crystal, and they took it to the excavation site and built the Staff of Fire.
The elemental fire is yours to command. Finish what has begun. Free me from Agartha.
Samantha commended Tank, Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen on building one of the staffs, but they still had 3 to go. They found the lightning record near Generator 4, and they had to ride the zombie tank around the area to reach places they couldn't normally be able to go. They found the 3 pieces of the Staff of Lightning in a muddy, swampy area in a hidden chamber in the excavation site and behind the church. They went into the lightning tunnel and played the lightning record, which activated the lightning portal to the crazy place, where the lightning podium gave them the lightning crystal. They took it to the excavation site and built the Staff of Lightning.
With this staff complete, lightning is now yours to wield.
They found the ice record near the tank refueling station, and they managed to find all 3 parts of the Staff of Ice by digging them up with shovels while snow fell. They went into the ice tunnel and played the ice record, which activated the ice portal to the crazy place where the ice podium gave them the ice crystal, and they took it to the excavation site and built the Staff of Ice.
Though lost for centuries, the power of the ice staff is now in your hands.
They then found the wind record near Generator 5. They destroyed the bottom panels of the giant robot's feet, which allowed them to beam up into their heads. Thor, Odin, and Freya each contained a piece of the Staff of Wind. They went into the wind tunnel and played the wind record, which activated the wind portal to the crazy place where the wind podium gave them the wind crystal. They took it to the excavation site and built the Staff of Wind.
We are so close. My father couldn't save me, but you can. He promised me, when the final steps are taken, the gateway to Agartha will open. Your bravery will soon end my nightmare. There's more to do. Father said the staffs weren't powerful enough. He said the clues were in the writings of the ancients. There were riddles hidden within the chambers. For so long he tried and tried to solve them, but he couldn't. He didn't know what to do. Every journey begins with a single step. This is step 1.
Samantha was pleased, but she said that they needed more power and that the ancient runes held the secrets on how to unlock their full potential. To upgrade the Staff of Fire, they had to kill a bunch of Agarthan zombies next to some hexagonal containers in the crazy place with the Staff of Fire. They then lit the torches in the church in a particular order, and then they went to the excavation site. Within it was a giant cylindrical dial system made out of element 115. They lined up the red symbols, which revealed a fire orb, which they then shot with the Staff of Fire. To upgrade the Staff of Lightning, they found a musical staff in the crazy place that detailed notes to play. Using the Staff of Lightning and runes which resembled a piano keyboard, they played the notes. They then found 7 electrical panels around the area that were sparking. They fixed them, and they then had the dial system line up the purple symbols, which revealed a lightning orb, which they then shot with the Staff of Lightning. To upgrade the Staff of Wind, they had to align some dials in the crazy place to the appropriate symbols. They then found 3 rotary chimneys around the site that they had to face towards the main excavation site. Then they had the dial system line up with the yellow symbols, which revealed a wind orb, which they then shot with the Staff of Wind. To upgrade the Staff of Ice, they had to match the symbols on the runes found within the crazy place. They then had to freeze 3 tombstones around the site and then bust them. Then they had the dial system line up the blue symbols, which revealed an ice orb, which they then shot with the Staff of Ice. Take, Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen then took the 4 staffs to the crazy place and put the elemental staffs into their respective elemental podiums. Then they killed a lot of Agarthan zombies around them, feeding them energy. Once they were full, they picked up the elemental staffs which had been upgraded into the ultimate staffs. The Staff of Fire became Kagetsuchi's blood. The Staff of Ice became Kimot's bite. The Staff of Wind became Boreas's fury. The Staff of Ice became Ol's arrow. All of them came with the attached Sekhmet's vigor, which had the power to heal. Samantha urged them to hurry. After having obtained all the elemental staves, the lights on the dials began flashing a message in Morse code. It was a warning from the German soldiers about what had happened, a warning that came too late. 4 new staff pedestals appeared, and Tank, Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen had to place the ultimate staves within them. They placed Boreas's fury in Odin, Kimot's bite in Thor, and Ol's arrow in Freya. The last pedestal was in the excavation site, and they placed Kagetsuchi's blood in it. Then the 4 heroes filled the 4 soul chests around the area. The soul chests were similar to the reward chests, except all they did was absorb the souls of killed zombies. After completing the soul chest, the reward chest gave each of the heroes the ability to punch with incredible strength, known to them as the 1-inch punch. They then found tablets that had fist engravings on them, and they each grabbed one. They took them to the church, rinsed them off, punched a bunch of souls out of zombies to cleanse them, and then took them back to where they found them in the tank refueling station, making especially sure not to get them dirty again. They had to punch some more zombies, and then Samantha was able to reward them with beacons for the missiles that the giant robots could launch. They then had one person go into one of the giant robots. One of the others threw a beacon onto the place where the plane had crashed earlier, indicating the giant robots to shoot missiles at it. However, the location was outside the current jurisdiction of the giant robots, but the one inside the giant robot pressed the button to override the limitation. The missiles came out and destroyed the plane, revealing a large hole underneath it. They then picked their staves back up. Using Maxis' brain, a flying apparatus, and a mechanical apparatus, Richtofen, with the help of Tank, Nikolai, and Takio, managed to construct a new body for Maxis. Since his brain was preserved, he still lived, and they had managed to provide a new body for Maxis known as the Maxis drone.
Oh, at last, the darkness is at an end. I live again. I knew my friend would not fail me. Something is wrong. I can no longer touch, no longer feel. What have you done, Richtofen?
Here! I am here, my friend. I was able to preserve your mind before you succumb to the sickness. We can put everything right, Maxis. You must understand that I had no other choice. So much of our work has been lost in battle.
Maxis was glad to be alive, but was horrified at what had happened to him. Richtofen apologized, saying it was the only way. Maxis then helped tank Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen fight against the zombies. He would shoot zombies, grab power-ups, revive comrades, and refuel every so often. Fortunately for them, Maxis could now fly.
Souls must be released from the pit. But it was said no mortal could enter.
Samantha told them that they couldn't go in the hole where the plane used to be, but Maxis could. He flew into the pit to investigate it, which attracted the attention of several Panzer Soldats that were in it. They managed to kill all of the Panzer Soldats, but Maxis was nowhere to be found.
Find the spirit of the sky. Only on Earth can he be defeated.
Samantha told them to find what she called the spirit of the sky. They managed to acquire some zombie blood, and while using it, they noticed another similar plane to the one they shot down. So they shot down that one too. Out of the wreckage came a zombie that for some reason was invisible. Using more zombie blood, they were able to locate it and kill it, and it dropped to Maxis.
We are so close. Please, keep going. Release the souls of the ancients.
Samantha tipped them off on what to do next. They picked up Maxis, and having done all of that, there seemed to be some effect on the chamber at the bottom of the excavation site. Some Templar zombies began to glow white, especially on their hands. Tank Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen punched them repeatedly until eventually 4 new fist tablets appeared. They grabbed them, and the tablets upgraded their 1-inch punch into the Punch of Fire, Punch of Lightning, Punch of Wind, and Punch of Ice. Each of the heroes could punch with their respective element. They then went to the crazy place and placed each of the ultimate stabs on their respective elemental podiums. They then began to beat up the Agarthan zombies with their elemental punches, feeding the souls to the crazy place. Eventually, all of the energy that had been put into the ultimate stabs, the souls in the crazy place, and the heroes themselves tore a hole into the center of the crazy place, making a 5th portal up into the crazy place's equivalent of a sky. Maxis flew up to investigate.
Samantha, I must go to her. The paradox must be resolved.
At last, I am to be freed from Agartha. Your reward awaits you, my heroes. You only have to step into the light.
After he disappeared, the center of the crazy place activated as a teleporter. The 4 heroes stood in it, and the gateway to Agartha opened, freeing Samantha. Samantha was free from Agartha and its limitations. She was not limited by the power of the Ether and its ancient evil, nor was she limited by the Vrelia's MPD. She gained the ultimate power that Richtofen and Maxis never could achieve. She became the polar opposite of the ancient evil. She became the closest thing there was to an archangel, a god. She used her ultimate power to manipulate time and space to fulfill her one desire: to go home. She rewrote time and space, the entirety of existence. She left that timeline for another. She made a new world for herself where she could be a happy child in the care of her loving father Maxis. She brought back her beloved dog Fluffy as a normal dog, and she even created a friend for herself, Eddie, named after her longtime rival Edward. She made all of the traumatizing experiences through which she had gone just a memory. Just a game with toys she used to entertain herself. True to her word, she looked after the 4 heroes, even though they were now just toys. Samantha was still just a child in the beginning of World War II, but she'd play with toys, making up stories about zombies, Nazis, Soviets, and 21st century actors, not knowing all of it had happened. She was just a child, blissfully unaware of the workings of the world in Europe in World War II. There were still some remnants from what was, however. The default zombie eye color became yellow instead of blue, even without Samantha. Her mystery box could still be found in an abandoned fort in Germany and in the Wittenow Sanatorium. Most importantly, Maxis, having gone through the gateway himself, remembered. He remembered all that had happened, and he was going to keep Samantha safe at all costs.
As the gates to Agartha opened, the 4 heroes were rewarded with riches beyond imagination. From that day forward, they knew that Samantha would keep them safe. Forever.
Getting everything wrong. I told you before that her eyes should be blue.
It's my turn, Eddie. I can do whatever I want.
But you don't even know how to play properly. Girls don't know enough about zombies.
Put some toys away, children. Make sure the windows are locked before you come down to the basement.
We'd better do what your dad says. I didn't even get my turn.
Tomorrow, Eddie. You get to make the rules. I promise. Come on, Fluffy.
I wish the heroes in our stories were real, Sam.
I know what you mean. But we will make everything okay. My dad says he has a plan.
Maxis had a plan. He would recreate his friends who had given their lives to resolve the paradox. He sought out to recreate an organization called Group 935, and he was going to make it a research organization based on improving the human condition. Dr. Ludwig Maxis, MD, newfound leader of Group 935 as of 1939, had a plan. The ultimate plan.